Hi, Ark. How you doing, sir? Welcome back. Welcome back to you, good sir. How was your day yesterday and also today, obviously? Working a lot, as always. Hi, Ark. You're not alone, man. Feels like these days all you can do is work. You know, like, if you're not working, you're missing a lot. It has been rough, but also super fun. Wait, what? When did they close? Oh, never mind. Ravy G, how you doing, sir? Ark Space Marine 2 is pretty fun. It's pretty fun, I won't lie. I'm having a blast with it. But then again, I'm not... I don't think anyone should take my advice when it comes to video games, because I don't stick with video games. I play them, they're fun, and I move on. But I do think it's a good game. I think it's a super good game. I think the flow is pretty nice. Thus far, of what I've played in the first mission, first mission a bit, has been very, very interesting. Doing well, busy at work, and as soon as I'm home, I'm packing stuff for my trip to Austria. Oh, Ravy G, what are you going to be doing in Austria, bro? Snowboarding. Holy shit. I've never been snowboarding or skiing for that matter. What the hell is this?
All right, today's date is August 26th, 2024. The time is 1:31 p.m. Central Time, and we are on the record.
Mr. Crowder, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Blue
the
Nile,
truth?
how you doing, bro?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What deposition is this? Who's suing him? That surprised my sister and I with a trip for a week. Nice, Ravy G. Lucky you, man. Lucky you. I think it's the Daily Wire. Wait, you think he's being sued by the Daily Wire, or is he suing the Daily Wire?
All right, sir, can you give us your name for the record?
Stephen Crowder?
You are the founder of Louder with Crowder, LLC?
Yes.
Okay. Louder with Crowder, LLC is your media company?
Yes.
You operate a website and make internet videos?
Objection form.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out that's what your media company does.
That's part of it.
What else do you do that you would say that your media company does?
Well, it's a general media company. So, yep, there's a daily program. There's a separate, reporting and investigative reporting unit, and the website operates separately where someone writes articles. So,
Just want to know what this is about.
I'm not doing news. That's not what your position is. You do hard news. Correct?
look, it depends on the context.
Absolutely, sure. Like we said, there are some instances where your audience is clearly going to know that you're doing a comedic sketch, right?
Sure.
Thundercool, how you doing, bro? I don't know what this is about. Does anyone have any information on this? Like, what are they? Who's suing him? And for what?
Sure.
Because I don't have any context for this. Deposition testimony of Stephen Crowder regarding the identification of an innocent man as a neo-Nazi mass murderer on his show. Oh, he's being sued. Huh. Oh, okay. I didn't even know this had happened. Who knew? Okay, well, Faraday's interested. Faraday's interested in that. Yeah, apparently he identified the wrong man as a neo-Nazi, and that man is suing him now. About the whole Daily Wire Brett Cooper thing? Yeah. I mean, I saw the video of Brett Cooper announcing her return, and it's wild, man. Like, I think Brett Cooper's channel actually may already have 1 million subscribers at this point. Let's just quickly see. Yeah, look at this, dude. There's only one video on Brett Cooper's YouTube channel. One. Right, and it was 2 days ago. The video already has 1.8 million views. And she's already at 842,000 subscribers. That's good. Like, say what you will about the girl, but she clearly has a lot of fans. A lot of people that love her. Why is she Vomit name? Been the need to PC gamers. Now we just need Nintendo to do that too. Oh yeah, I saw that. I wanted to cover it, and then I thought, nah, do I really care? But yeah, it's a pretty big win but it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It's 100% 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because yes, Sony has finally said their games won't require a PSN account in order to play their video games, which is obviously good. But then in the very next sentence, they said they're rethinking their strategy of launching PC games. So they might not be launching their PlayStation games day one on PC and instead go back to the delayed launch. So you have it on PlayStation for a year or two, and only then does it come to PC. So it's sort of like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. I think it's the wrong move, because I genuinely believe consoles are coming to an end soon. I don't think consoles are going to exist for much longer. I think fundamentally the problem with consoles is they were always good because they were easy. You know, it was much easier than a PC. You think about PC games, they can come with a lot of problems. And to build PCs is super difficult, right? If you don't know how to do it. It's obviously easy if you do, but, you know. And PCs can have a lot of trouble, a lot of finicky stuff that you have to figure out, where a console is plug and play. You just lock it in and it goes. But now that you have portable PCs like the Steam Deck, and soon the Switch 2, and soon the Steam Deck 2, that is more powerful than what a console is, but also a hell of a lot more power, power. It's as easy as a console and a hell of a lot more powerful than a console. I think console gaming is coming to an end. I don't think console gaming is going to survive for much longer, because technically speaking, the Steam Deck is also plug and play, right? You literally plug it in and you play. There's no finicking with hardware. There's no trying to figure out, what graphics card do I need? How much RAM do I need? It comes installed with everything. And more importantly, the OS already has Steam on it. So all of your games are right there at your fingertips. So now explain to me, what is the purpose of a console? What is the purpose of a PlayStation or an Xbox now? Sekinek, 37 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you. How you doing, Sekinek? It technically is a handheld PC. Sup, bro? Good to catch you live again. Sean, very happy to have you here, sir. Very happy to have you here. So the Steam Deck falls into technically handheld, right? It's a handheld device. The thing is, the Steam Deck is so powerful that you can literally plug in a mouse and a keyboard and connect it to your monitor, and then it doubles as a PC. I've watched videos of people playing PC games, mouse and keyboard on the Steam Deck, and it plays it perfectly, right? It gives you, I think, 60 frames, even up to 100 frames per second. It's a very powerful little machine. So now you have to start asking yourself the question, what even is the allure of a console? Well, what does a console mean at this point? So SteamOS is completely built from the ground up on Linux, right? It's a Linux-based operating system. Thundercool, I did see the RFK earring. Yeah, well, parts of it. Well, it can also plug into your TV, right? So the Steam Deck can do... Basically, the Steam Deck does everything that the Switch does. The same way that you can use your Switch, you can use your Steam Deck. My point I'm making is, with things like the Switch now, with things like the Steam Deck, with things like the ROG, the Asus ROG Ally or some bullshit like that, you now have Lenovo coming out with their handheld. Soon you'll have, and they don't even call them handhelds anymore. So the ROG Ally, for example, they don't refer to it as a handheld, even though technically it is a handheld. They refer to it as a portable PC. Because technically that is what it is. It is a portable PC. Because it has plugins for your mouse and your keyboard. It has plugins for your monitors or your TV screens or whatever it is you need. So, again, the question is, why would you buy a PlayStation? When you have the choice between a Steam Deck for... What does the Steam Deck go for now? What is the price of a Steam Deck? It's not available in South Africa, so I can't even know what the price is of that. But what do you pay for a Steam Deck now? Acedia, how you doing, sir? So 600, right? That's cheaper than most consoles. And it does what most consoles do. So why would you buy a PlayStation if you can buy a Steam Deck? Apart from the fact that the games are obviously exclusive, right? So you probably still want a PlayStation for the exclusive games. But when gaming finally reaches the point where exclusivity no longer makes sense, as I think we are already in, and I think that is why PlayStation is looking at changing their philosophy. I think that is why PlayStation is looking to go back to exclusive video games on the PlayStation for at least the first year or two before it comes to PC. It's because they know if they let go of the exclusivity of their video games, they are dead. I think it's the same reason why you see Xbox focusing a lot more on video game publishing than on consoles. Because I think Microsoft has figured out earlier than PlayStation, the future lies in publishing video games, not in selling consoles. Unless they can bring out their own handheld that can sort of rival that of the SteamOS. I will say there are some good things that I've heard that hopefully Windows can start working on. So, just recently in an interview with Phil Spencer, they asked Phil Spencer about SteamOS specifically, because SteamOS is gearing up to come to PC, and a lot of people are saying when SteamOS hits PC, Windows for gamers are dead. No gamer in their right mind is going to play games on a Windows PC when they can play games on a SteamOS PC. Why would you? SteamOS is so much better. And then Phil Spencer said they're already looking into creating a new browser. So the browser basically runs as a kernel in Windows 11 for gamers. So if you're a gamer and all you care about is video games, you just load up this sort of special Windows that only is for video games, and it turns off all of the unnecessary features of Windows 11. So you can tell Microsoft is afraid of SteamOS. Like, they are afraid. Sif, how you doing, sir? CDJ, how you doing, sir? Ravy G, I can tell you, according to all the rumors that I'm hearing, SteamOS might be on PC soon, because Steam they spoke to the lead developer of SteamOS, and he said they're currently working on the NVIDIA driver delivery systems within SteamOS. There's only one reason you would need that. You're getting ready to ship to PC. Because the driver delivery already exists on the Steam Deck and on handhelds. That driver delivery is fine. What they're looking at now is how do we get, as NVIDIA drivers launch, how do we get PC players to use them as quickly as possible? Steam might actually become the next Windows. Massey, that's fine, but I don't think the Steam Deck is aimed specifically at people that want ease of use. The Steam Deck 100% is for console gamers. Obviously, if you have a PC, why would you need a Steam Deck? But then I know people who are on PC that also has a Steam Deck because they like playing video games while lying down. I'm with you. When I'm lying down to read and to sleep. I'm not lying down to play video games. I can't think of anything I would want to do less than lie in my bed and play video games. I could be sitting and playing video games. I don't need to lie down to play video games. Thanks for his glasses. He goes from Virgin 4i streamer to chat 2020 top of trending. Now, I don't think that's true. But thank you anyways. I appreciate that. The problem is just that if I streamed like this, everything is blurry and I would have a headache within an hour. So I need the glasses in order to actually see what I'm doing and not end up with a massive headache. Plus, I like my glasses. I feel weird without them. Have you tried lenses? No, I've never worn contact lenses, and I don't think I'd enjoy it. I don't like things in my eyes. I think I would hate it. Everyone I've spoken to that wears contacts hates it. Plus, I don't think wearing contacts every single day of your life is healthy for your eyes. Well, Lucidia, I will be... Right now, I've spent most of my life not wearing glasses. So for now, I'm still, like for the next 2 years, I'm still on the side where most of my life I did not wear glasses. I got my first, actually no, for the next 2 years, almost 3. Because I got my first pair of glasses, I think when I was 22, close to 23. Is when I got my first ever pair of glasses. And I'm only 40 now. So I need another 3 years. Then I'll be 50-50. Half of my life I've worn glasses, the other half I haven't. Gregory, how you doing, sir? Name, no, I don't. I mean, there's a new Sony handheld now, right? Which is like the worst deal in the history of the world ever. Is it the Vita that you're talking about? I'm not sure. But it's the one that you can't actually have that work without also owning a PlayStation. You need a PlayStation in order to, like, what? Oh, the Vita was like a decade ago. Shows you how much I know of PlayStation. The Portal, yes. Genetic Colossus, how you doing, sir? Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Think that's the PlayStation Portal thing? Yeah. That's the one. that thing's bad. Like, I don't even own a PlayStation, and I remember covering that bit of news, and I was like, wait, what? What's the point of this thing? This really is that thing for the hardcore PlayStation fanboy that will eat up everything that PlayStation throws at them. Like, PlayStation could bring out a turd on a controller, and they would buy the turd on the controller because it's from PlayStation. But no normal person that actually likes their money would buy that. Because in order to play with it, you must also have a PlayStation. And it's like, well, why they not? What's the point? Why would you do that? And it's not even cheap. It's very expensive. And you just think, well, I don't see the point. Like, it should have been much cheaper. I read about the PS Portal, and apparently it's total quack. So it needs to do a PSP revival. The PSP I heard decent things about. This is also a huge PCW. What is that, Thundercool? What are you linking me? Oh yeah. GOG doing some good work here. To be fair though, GOG has done some very good work. It's a community-based tool people can use to vote for games they want to see revived added to GOG. Votes will help GOG demonstrate community interest to IP owners and bring the games to the platform. I think that's a good idea. GOG is doing a lot of good work. There's only one problem with GOG. They're attached to CD Projekt Red. And I have so little hope for CD Projekt Red. Dudes, that company went so woke so quickly that it would make your head spin. They went from being a totally based company 3 years ago to a super woke company in that time. And you just go, dudes, you were doing fine. Like, why now? What is it that you're trying to achieve here? Pringles, I don't think that's hard. If you look at what they currently have, they've stuck with their base veteran developers. Remember, if what we know about Mass Effect 5, if it's true, Mass Effect 5 is still in very early development. So, at this moment in time, I don't see Mass Effect 5 requiring more than 50 developers. If that. And I think what they did is they basically looked at all of their developers. They took the senior staff and they said, we're keeping those. We're letting everyone else go. EA can absorb them. And from EA's perspective, they don't really care, right? Because EA has a number of projects that they couldn't care less whether you're woke or not. Like FIFA or FC Sport. Who cares, right? They don't give a shit whether those developers are woke or not. Just make the game, bro. Because EA clearly doesn't care about whether the game works or not. So who cares, you know? You can have some DAI hires there. They can also employ them on Battlefield, you know, that game that never comes out anymore. You know, that's a great team for all the DAI guys. You guys make Battlefield. We're going to bring that out soon. TM. And then these developers can just keep themselves busy making some shit for Battlefield that will never launch. So technically, EA might have a number of really cool positions for the woke developers. But it feels like, and I didn't cover this in my video today, but I'm actually surprised that EA still cares about BioWare. Because my initial thought was that EA was just going to close down BioWare. Because BioWare hasn't made money in a really long time. Risotto, how are you doing, sir? Gaming Republic, how are you doing, sir? It hasn't made money in a really long time. So why would EA stick with BioWare? But I think I understand it. You see, Show me another type of game that can launch once. No extra DLCs, no where it launches once and it still carries these kinds of play numbers. And don't think for a second that these are people, all of these people have already bought the game and now they're sort of just keep playing it. A lot of these players are new players. People who are only now starting to buy the game, starting to pick up the game, getting the game with every single time they go on special, go on sale. They pick up the game and they start playing it. No other game outside of an RPG has this sort of lasting or staying power. Right? Now, yes, Cyberpunk, when it first launched, was an absolute disaster, but they have come back from that and they delivered an absolutely phenomenal game. But shooter games don't have this kind of staying power. This is why COD has to continuously release new games to keep things fresh and open, and because people aren't just going to continuously play the same game unless it's hyper competitive. Like, for example, Counter-Strike. But that's a different type of game, right? That's a full arena shooter. And those work. Valorant, Counter-Strike, those kind of things work. League of Legends, those are also games that you can really go into because they'll have staying power. But your ordinary games won't have staying power without consistent updates, without a lot of work being put into them consistently in order to keep them fresh, so to speak. RPGs, on the other hand, don't really have that problem. If an RPG is good, players will continue to play it for years to come. The Witcher 3... Let's just see here. Look at how many people are still playing this game. Just look at how many people are still playing this game throughout its entire existence. This game launched in 2015, 2014. It still has a 24-hour peak of 24,000, almost 25,000 players. RPGs have this kind of staying power. That's why EA is holding on to BioWare. They know that if BioWare launches a good game, if BioWare launches a brilliant Mass Effect, that game will pay for itself 20 times over the course of the next decade. Sure, you're not going to be bringing out a new Dragon Age game every year. You're not going to be bringing out a new Mass Effect every year. But you don't have to. Because that game will pay for itself. The Witcher 3, the last time I checked, sits now at well over 50 million copies sold. If not more. When I checked, this was about 4 years ago. And The Witcher 3 had already sold. This was before the first Witcher show. You guys remember the Netflix adaptation that was good and then immediately got bad in season 2? That one. Before that one went live, The Witcher 3 already had 43 million copies sold in its lifetime. How much you want to bet that number is significantly higher now? It's significantly higher. Only RPGs can do this. RPGs, survival games, and sort of chill games, like what's that farming game that people like to play? The sort of simulation games. Oh man, the one with the shit graphics. Stardew Valley, that's the one. Games like that have staying power, right? It's people, because a lot of the time it's just people playing through it multiple times for nostalgia. The reason I play The Witcher 3 pretty much every single year from start to finish is nostalgic reasons. I already know the story. I know every single quest in The Witcher 3 off by heart. And yet, I still play Witcher 3 once a year from start to finish because I love that game. I love the feeling that I love being Geralt. And I love killing monsters as Geralt. The reason I play Cyberpunk so many times, same thing. The reason I've played Mass Effect so many times, same thing. It's nostalgia. There's something about the feeling that great stories give us. And I think that's why EA is fighting so hard to keep BioWare alive. And that's why EA is sort of going, hey, we'll do anything. Just save this bloody studio. For ridiculous hours, 1K. Particularly, yeah, like once a year. I will play Witcher 3, I'll play Mass Effect, I'll play Cyberpunk. Nowadays, Cyberpunk. I would add Dragon Age the Veilguard to that list. Oh, not Veilguard. Dragon Age up to Inquisition to that list. The problem is, Dragon Age Origins keeps bugging for me on my PC. There's that one door in the first town, I can't remember the town's name, but it's one of the first towns that you go to, that you arrive to. It has this market area in the middle and then a bunch of houses around it. And there's a door relevant to the first quest. You need to go through that door in order to start the first quest. Every single time I click on that door, the game bugs out. It just goes into a loop loading screen and I can't go past it. So I don't know how to fix that. I've tried mods. They don't seem to work. But I haven't tried hard. I was just like, screw it then. Fine. I just won't play Origins. Even though I would probably add Origins to my list if that ever gets a remake. I'm buying that instantly. Like if Dragon Age Origins ever gets a remake, I am on that shit. Yeah, well, the problem is I did a lot of research into why it's not working. So, Dragon Age Origin was never built for multi-threaded CPUs. And that's what's screwing it up. Because modern CPUs have so many threads, the game gets lost with all of the threads, and then it bugs. So there's one workaround for the bug that I have, which I'm not willing to do. You have to actively turn off all of the threads in your CPU so that it only uses the one thread for the game. And then you have to manually turn it on again in order to get it. So I think you go into regedit in order to do it. I'm not willing to do that. When I upgrade system, I always replay Witcher and Tomb Raider. Strauss, I will say, Tomb Raider is another game that I'm gearing to play again. From not the first ones, like the bad graphics ones, but you know the first three kind of quote-unquote remakes? Not really remakes, but there were three. The one was just called Tomb Raider, then I think it was called Rise of the Tomb Raider, or was it Shadow of the Tomb Raider, and then it was called Rise or Shadow of the Tomb Raider, depending on, right? I can't remember which one comes first and which one comes last. But those three games are arguably some of my favorite adventure games. I love those games. Just put out Pretoria Boy, watching from Brisbane, Australia. Joe, how you doing, sir? Joe Moore. I like it. They put out the remasters for 4 to 6 of OG Tomb Raider, I think. Rise and Shadow. Shadow is best. Shadow is good. I like the original best. There was something about the original that was just fantastic. The way the story is told, the way the gameplay is, it's just such a good game. Such a fun game. And it's just, yeah, that game gives you, like, proper Tomb Raider feels. It's a really good feeling. Haven't played the other two, only the first remake. See, I'd say get into it. What killed Witcher 3 for me personally was getting quite heavy into Dark Souls 3 PvP invasions, and then I couldn't get back to Witcher combat. People love to complain. I know Rurikon also complains about Witcher 3 combat, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? The combat is just fine. The combat is just fine. Like, I don't care. Fundamentally, I care about story. if the story is good, I couldn't give two craps about how good or bad the combat is. Pringles, I've not watched the interview yet, but I know she did the interview. Azazel, how you doing, bro? Will you ever dive into LoL lore? I don't think so. I do like the lore of League of Legends, but I don't think I'll ever dive into another game as like a get to know the lore of that game inside and out so that I can make videos on the lore. World of Warcraft was enough for me, and I don't want to do that again, because in some ways it's just, it kind of ruins the play experience in many ways. Eggy Egg, how you doing, bro? Some of the best story games have dog shit gameplay. It's A-okay. Full 100% agreement. If the story is good, bro, the gameplay can be ass. I don't care. I just need, there must be a good story. The story sells it for me. I'm like, the best example of this is Mass Effect. Anyone that says the gameplay of Mass Effect is good is high. The gameplay of Mass Effect is shit. It is terrible. The game is still in my top 5 all-time favorite video games. Because it's fine. The gameplay is good enough to tell a brilliant story, and that's really the only thing I care about is that story. Strauss, okay, so when you rewatch Lord of the Rings, how do you rewatch it? I have not watched the trailer. We will watch the trailer, AVG. But I've not watched the trailer yet. I saw that there is a trailer. I'm looking forward to it coming out. I wonder how long it's going to be. No. But Strauss, how do you watch it? The how is important to me. Because I used to watch it 1, 2, 3, right? Just the normal Lord of the Rings movies. But I have found I didn't like the Hobbit movies at all. Well, I can't say I hated them. I didn't hate them, but they weren't as good as the Lord of the Rings, right? They were fine. But I have found a new love for watching. I start with the Hobbit movies, watch all of the Hobbit movies, and then I watch the Lord of the Rings. Watching it like that gives you new love for the Lord of the Rings franchise. I that's how I have to watch it. I can't just start with Lord of the Rings. I have to start with the first Hobbit movie, An Unexpected Journey, and then work my way through right up until the Lord of the Rings, and then finish that. You think, wait, Gamers Republic, do you think Cyberpunk combat is a little outdated? Because there I would actually disagree hard. I think Cyberpunk combat is probably some of the best, at least first-person combat I've ever played. The feel, the guns, the tactics, the way the way the enemies move, the AI, the world, and the reaction of the world, especially after the newest patches. I find it super cool. Like, I really enjoy the gameplay of Cyberpunk. Oh, Witcher 3. Yeah, I don't play melee. I hate first-person melee. In fact, I would go so far as to say I think the next Cyberpunk game should be third-person, not first. I think they sold themselves out by going first-person. I hate first-person. I just don't like it. I played it in Cyberpunk and I tolerate it because, you know, it's a brilliant story and I love the world. but I am not a fan. There's just something about first person to me that feels limited. I like to see my character on the screen. Oh, Hulk mode. Bro, I have watched The Expanse multiple times. Multiple times. You know what The Expanse reminded me of the first time I watched it? Mass Effect. It's not the same story, but it gave the same feels. Like that show hit me right in the gut, bro. Like you feel like you're part of the crew, right? You're part of the Rosinante crew, and you're hanging out and you're solving the problems of the galaxy. That show was phenomenal. The fact that it didn't finish, the fact that there's still literally stories left in that was just never told, is so sad, actually. Like, it's so sad that like the show just ended with this massive cliffhanger of stories that were never finished. Risotto, from what I understand, The Expanse is done. And we can Google. The Expanse ended with its 6th and final season in 2021, so there are no plans for new seasons. However, the show's creators are developing a new series called The Captives' War. I'm not sure I would say, which one was the season where her husband comes into the picture, or her ex-husband comes into the picture? I can't remember. Naomi's ex-husband comes into the picture. That season was a bloody drag. I hated that season because I just wanna know the rest of this story, and instead we're dealing with this nonsense. So I hated that season. But I would say all of the other seasons I loved, right? All of the other seasons I really enjoyed. I don't necessarily see Amazon, because Amazon did save it. I mean, Sci-Fi was going to cancel it, and then Amazon picked it up and allowed it to finish. Charles, I would love if they continue that story. I will not visit the White House, Thundercool, no. I will not visit the White House. But I did see this, and I think it's kind of based. It's nice. Dude, the mainstream media is dying. I think a lot of people are sleeping on this, but the mainstream media is dying. Influencers is the new media. And what's good is the Trump administration has realized what conservatives for a long time refused to realize. For a long time, conservatives were very anti-culture. You know, don't go into the arts, don't go into movies, get a career in politics, get a career in law, get a proper degree. And so what ended up happening is all of the culture went left, right? Like super far left. The mainstream media is a result of those sort of conservative values that keep people out of the arts, out of acting, out of those sorts of positions and those sorts of careers. What the Trump White House has realized is they got elected purely because of social media. Social media got Trump elected. Social media is where the conservatives thrive. So getting social media influencers involved directly with the news, being able to be direct mouthpieces for their audiences, is going to benefit the White House, and specifically conservatives in the White House, for decades to come. Anyone, how you doing? Pringles, so I have a video coming out, what time is it? In about half an hour? No. Blizzard, people should really stop hoping for Blizzard to turn around. I don't even want to make this video about Blizzard because it is a giant waste of time. I want to make videos on companies and projects that I think can be saved, that I think can be turned around. Blizzard is not one of them. Blizzard is super woke. Your average conservative gamer no longer plays World of Warcraft, and the small community of conservatives that's left in World of Warcraft is so neutered, right? That they don't make noise for anything. That's why whenever Blizzard does super left-wing stuff, you don't hear outcry from the community. You don't hear anyone in the community saying, dude, why are you guys making this game woke? What you hear is people who used to play WoW saying, why are you making this game woke? But that doesn't matter to Blizzard because they're no longer players. Blizzard is left-wing. And I think Blizzard is completely from start to finish left-wing. I don't think there's any sort of space left for conservative voices within Blizzard. Blizzard is one of those companies that will go down with the ship. 100%. Pringles, yeah, I mean, Blizzard is going to ride the woke train right off the cliff. They're true believers. I mean, I have a bunch of new viewers now, but some of my old viewers will remember this. And I mean, I've said it before. I heard this straight from a Blizzard developer's mouth. Like, not via, literally on Discord with a Blizzard developer, when they blamed Trump and Brexit for the failure of Battle for Azeroth. They think Battle for Azeroth failed because of Trump and Brexit in 2016. No cap. They weren't laughing, they weren't joking. They said that to me 100% seriously. It was because of Trump and Brexit that Battle for Azeroth failed. That's just insane. BFA failed because it was a pile of shit. Yeah, but not according to them. According to them, the thing is, because Trump and Brexit got elected, people were divided. And so when they brought out an expansion that was also divided, the Horde and the Alliance fighting each other, people just couldn't handle that. That was too much conflict for people. And so people wanted to check out and they couldn't check out in the game. And I'm like, what? Did you realize most of us play WoW knowing full well that this is a game, right? Like, none of us think Azeroth is an actual land somewhere and the orcs and the humans are actually at war with each other. We're well aware that this is just a video game. What are you talking about? Snubbles, 100%. 100%. The Expanse will always be worth watching. No, Tekla, it's sort of like when you believe that what you're doing is the correct thing to do, right? So take, for example, the brown shirts in Germany during the 1930s. The brown shirts genuinely believed that what they're doing is good. They genuinely believe that they are on the right side of history. They even used phrases like, "We're on the right side of history." And that was the brown shirts. When you genuinely believe that what you're doing is the future, you don't really care, or it's very difficult to then admit that you made a mistake, right? That you did something wrong. It's far easier then to blame the failures of whatever you're doing on the thing that you view as not the right side of history. Babylon 5. I still need to watch Babylon 5. Too much time in their echo chambers? Well, yeah. I mean, and it's not just them. You get all sorts of people like that. I mean, you have conservatives that will never criticize a single thing the Republicans do. Ever. Which I'm not a fan of. I think you should be able to criticize. Take, for example, my videos about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. The amount of attack that I received as a result of those videos is unhinged. Do you want to know what the top comment was from people attacking me? What most people said in their attacks towards me. Why are you destroying the only based game with baseless claims? None of my claims were baseless. All of my claims were factually correct. The problem was that they had decided this is a based game, and therefore nothing about this game can be criticized. If you criticize the game, you must be the enemy. I don't like fanboys. I don't fanboy over any game. If you're doing things that I find questionable, I'm going to call it out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it isn't questionable. Maybe you have a perfectly good example of a perfectly good explanation for it. But I still need to call it out. Right? Because I'm not going to be fanboying over bullshit. I don't know whether, like, people love to say, yeah, but Daniel Vavra was anti-woke when he made Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. And I always think, yes, so what? Time has passed. There's been 10 years since the first Kingdom Come and now. There's no evidence that makes me believe that Vavra is 100% immune to influence. Donegal, yeah, pretty much. I'm supposed to make you strive for better? Why attack you when you want things fixed? Damn, doesn't feel like 10 years. If you like anime, try Pantheon. It's really interesting. Sci-fi ghost in the machine type. I don't know anime. I don't watch anime. Whoever looks like a tough guy, why allow it to happen? Pringles, because that's not how influence works. So influence kind of works like not all influence is bad, but I'm going to use this because it kind of works like a virus. It's very, very slow, right? It takes a while to get into your system, and your system doesn't realize that it is under attack until it is too late. And then it has this massive reaction to whatever is happening to it, right? Influence is slow. It happens over the course of many years. But what happens is, you start to make friends with people that are maybe a little bit more woke than you. They're not woke, but they're a little bit more woke than you. And those friends pull you a little bit away from the right and a little bit more to the center. Now, because you have those friends, you make more friends. And because your views have softened a little, now you sort of get to a point where you go, oh, well, this is fine. And now you make friends with people that's maybe even a little bit more to the left. And they pull you a little bit more to the left. You don't realize any of this. All of this is happening without you even... According to you, your views has never changed. You will never allow anyone to tell you what to do. You will never allow anyone to force you to make stuff that you don't want to make. But without you realizing, you are starting to make things that old you would not have wanted to make. Take, for example, Henry. Warhorse Studios themselves admit 10 years ago, telling players, Henry is the son of a blacksmith, a white man, Middle Ages Europe, in Bohemia, and he is straight. That is Henry. That's Henry's story. There's no denying it, no debating it. Henry isn't you. You are not Henry. Henry is his own person. You're just playing Henry's story. Now in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Henry is no longer Henry, the son of a blacksmith, a straight man in Middle Ages Europe in Bohemia. Henry is now you. But remember, that is a fundamental shift from where we were 10 years ago to where we are now. You have changed fundamentally the story that you yourself said you wanted to tell in the first place. And I guarantee you, if you were to ask Vavra, he would still insist that none of what he did was forced, and it wasn't forced. He will insist that the game isn't woke, and it is woke. But remember, his definition of woke has now changed. He no longer looks at woke the same way that he used to look at woke. Gamers Republic, so there's a difference between so a lot of young people tend to be more left-wing, and then as you grow up, you start to realize, wait, but this is nonsense, right? So that would be the definition of reasoning your way to a more sort of intellectually honest position. No, I'm not saying everyone does that. You get people that's super far left and then bonker all the way over to the super far right. Obviously, that's not someone that reasoned themselves into a more intellectually honest position. They just swapped sides. That's not what I'm talking about here. What I'm talking about is the influence without even knowing. So I was super far left as well. But it was as I grew up, specifically as I started my own business, that I started to look at some of the stuff that I believed, and I could no longer unify what I believed with my own lived experiences. Right? Once you start working and you own your own business, you very quickly realize that, hold on, why the hell am I working my ass off so that I can pay for other people to sit and do nothing? Like, how's that fair? How is it fair that the government is taking nearly 40% of my paycheck at the end of the month and they didn't do anything for this money? This isn't their money, this is my money, but they just get to take it, right? And so that would be an example of reasoning yourself towards a more intellectually honest position. What I'm talking about here, it has nothing to do with reason. Vavra didn't one day wake up and realize, wait, I don't like the way that I believe. Just slowly but surely, the friends in his life, the people at his studio, started to slowly pull him towards the left. And positions that he held fast to in the first game, was actually willing to be attacked for in the first game, are no longer positions that he wishes to hold. Because he no longer believes those positions to be true positions. And that's not because he reasoned himself into those new positions. It's because from his perspective, he doesn't even think of those positions as contradictory to the positions that he once held. It's not masters, Pringles. It has nothing to do with masters. All human beings are susceptible to influence. Every single one. We are all influenced every single day by the people that live around us, by the people that do things around us, by the content we consume, by the media we consume, by the people that we talk to. Every single one of those people have an influence on you. And if you don't believe me, you can do this as a test, although it is a dangerous test to perform. But you can go out and you can go make friends with super far left-wing people and then track your beliefs over the course of 10 years and see how your beliefs start to change, how you start to change. So that's very true. Yeah, also true. It's just, remember, being susceptible to influence is fundamental to our ability to stay alive. You need to be able to fit in to your community in order to survive. And that's why we're susceptible to influence, because our communities shape us. Where you grow up is going to have an effect on who you are. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't outliers to the rule. There always is. You do get people that they grow up in a super liberal place and yet become super conservative. That does happen, but it's rare. Overwhelmingly speaking, if you grow up in a super conservative household, you're going to have a period of rebellion where you're probably going to go super liberal, and you'll eventually return to your roots if your childhood was reasonably happy. If you grew up in a super liberal household, you might sort of have a period of rebellion, go hyper-conservative, and then eventually you'll return back to your roots if your roots were happy. This can be influenced, especially these days, by a lot of things. A lot of people have financial interests in staying one way or the other. So, for example, if you have a TikTok channel and you make left-wing content, you're probably never gonna be incentivized to question your own positions, your own beliefs, because you'd go against your own financial interests in doing so, right? But fundamentally, absent that, all people will be influenced some way or another. You think this influence is from a lack of critical thinking in the education system? Strauss, to some extent, yes. I think a lot of people lack the ability to think critically. But I don't know if it's just that. I sometimes watch left-leaning creators, and while often I find flaws in their argument, sometimes I get persuaded and change my mind on things. Ursula, I mean, there's a difference between being intellectually honest enough to recognize the flaws in your own argument, but then also just, sometimes people change their minds to hold beliefs that they should not have changed their mind on. So then it's not entirely they are still being intellectually honest because they were swayed by the argument and they acknowledged that and they changed their position, but their position isn't intellectually honest, right? Again, true. To play devil's advocate for a second, I honestly do not really care what Henry does with these pants as long as it's not the center of his character. Again, I don't mind what you're just saying there, right? Everything you just said there is fine, except for the fact that Henry in KCD 2 is not the first Henry. If you were going to make Henry gay, Henry should have been gay in KCD 1. Remember, in 1, you already established the character of Henry. So the lore on Henry, so to speak, is writ. It can't be changed. It can't be adapted. Henry is straight. By now pretending that Henry isn't straight and Henry can explore homosexual relationships, you're introducing a fundamental flaw in Henry's character. A lie, so to speak, from Henry's first experiences, which established him as a straight white male. And effectively, there's only two ways to deal with this. The first is to say, well, we don't care about the lore. We just wanted to make a cool thing. Or it is to say, well, sexuality is a spectrum. And people can change their sexualities at whim, which is also not true. But those are the only two ways you can explain that. Image Bug, I have not seen that, but that sounds interesting. Is that true? But there's also a famous saying that my old pastor used to have. This was 20 years ago. But he used to say, always keep an open mind and explore all things, but always be careful that your mind isn't so open that your brain falls out. And oftentimes that can happen. I know a guy, for example, who was so open-minded to pretty much all ideas concerning the faith that today he's basically no longer Christian. Now, he still claims he's a Christian, but he believes in things like the Gospel of Thomas and the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Mary. And the reason for it is he explored all of it and he loved what it said because it convinced him. Even though all three of those, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Barnabas, the Gospel of Mary, are confirmed fraud, right? We know when they were written, and they weren't written anywhere near the 1st century or even the 2nd century or even the 3rd century. We know that they stole from other gospels. So you know that these are fake books, but because your mind is open to everything, you basically just get tossed against the rocks, like a ship without a rudder. But there are, of course, objectively bad and shallow things that need to be criticized, like Tash from Veilguard is objectively bad character by any metric, political or otherwise. Grisella, yes. But I would also say that Tash, there was no way ever that you could make Tash's character not be terrible. Michael, how you doing, bro? I'm convinced people who claim, well, the game didn't fail because of wokeness, the game failed because... I'm not saying you're doing this, Gorzella, but people who say the game didn't fail because of wokeness, it failed because of bad writing, doesn't understand that wokeness cannot ever produce good writing. The writing was bad because it was woke. Alright, so I don't believe that you can make any non-binary character ever be a good character. Because you are effectively inventing a character, an archetype that doesn't exist. You're asked to create something with no basis in any sort of reality. That is impossible to do. Even the most fantastical stories that we have is always grounded in a form of reality. Right? Always. No matter what you look at, the biggest sci-fi show ever, the biggest fantasy shows ever, they all harken back to things that we can find in our reality. Take something like Lord of the Rings. or World of Warcraft. I'll use that because I'm very familiar with it. In World of Warcraft, every single one of the races has a specific accent, right? The dwarves, for example, are Scottish. Why? The trolls are Jamaican almost. Why? Why is it important? Because you need those real hooks to get the audience to believe in the characters that you've created. If you try to invent a new accent, that new accent wouldn't work. The audience would not be convinced of this accent. That's one of the sort of... It's one of those almost paradoxes of fantasy. No matter how fantastical a story is, there must be a ground in known archetypes. Otherwise, it doesn't work. That's why oftentimes you'll see... Or actually, you'll never find a single game that has a culture that doesn't exist somewhere in the world. You don't have a choice. How do you create a brand new culture? Ursula, the closest you would ever get to that, right, would be the Asari, for example, in Mass Effect. But now look what they did with the Asari in Mass Effect. The Asari are female. They're an all-female race. And they don't actually have terms like mother and father. That's what Liara explains to you in the first one. My father was an Asari, although I never met her, right? Because she's using father to explain to Shepard in the closest way that Shepard could understand it. But she is female. Her entire race is female. If you did start to introduce, or if you did try to introduce a non-binary alien race, in other words, they have no binary whatsoever, this is a very alien concept, right? This is like... Because even on Earth, there are no such species. You do have species that can change their gender based on what is required, right? But even those species are not non-binary. They just happen to be able to swap between the binary. But they still have one of the two characteristics at any given point in time. So if you do introduce a character that has no binary, I would argue that for the average player, this would be a jarring experience. It would be an experience of, I don't have anything to relate this to. And the closest thing you can relate it to, sadly these days, are the crazy people on Twitter being non-binary, right? So your alien species is pretty much immediately going to be disliked from the ground up, because when most people hear non-binary, what are they going to be seeing? Purple-haired freaks on Twitter claiming to be non-binary even though they're just weird, right? So I don't know if you could maybe try. I mean, you could definitely give it a go, but I do think you're going to run into challenges that again is going to sometimes require that you... It's going to require that you write clarifications that isn't going to be natural. That's the biggest problem with writing writing stories that are unnatural. It requires a sort of unnatural explanation, and we see that, we pick that up, and we feel jarred as it happens. Do not call them non-binary. If you wanted to try and call them something else, you could probably do that. But I would argue, but this is exactly the thing, right? If you're not going to call them non-binary, the chances are you're just not going to focus on sex at all. Right? So you're not going to focus on male or female at all. You're not even going to mention it at all. But usually people who include non-binary characters, they want to mention it. Right? It must be mentioned. I'm reading through Snakewell Salesman, tier scientific papers. The Dunning-Kruger is real. Wait, but what scientific papers is that? Let me see if I can quickly hold up. I'm going to see if I can find this for you so that you can see. So here you go. Listen to this, Gorsella. Listen to what is required when you try to write woke stories, right? So this is Brandon Sanderson from the Wind and Truth, the Stormlight Archive series. And here's him trying to write this new woke storyline, right? Very well, the sibling said, and Rusha gasped softly. You should go. Navani, I believe your husband's conversation with my sibling is finished. There will be ramifications. Navani nodded. As she left, though, she heard the first of Rashu's questions, and was surprised that it wasn't about Fabrials at all. Navani tells me, Rushu said, that you are neither male nor female. Is it true? It is true. Could you tell me more about that? Rushu asked. To a human, it must sound very strange. Actually, it doesn't, Rushu said quietly. Not in the slightest, but talk, please. I want to now know how it feels to be you. Can you sense how incredibly unnatural this reads? Like the levels of sort of twisting that needs to happen in order to get this storyline into the book. In order to make sure that this storyline is in the book, you have to go through these giant sort of twists of logic just to make it work. And you even have to write into your book that the characters are shocked at the conversation that is about to follow. Because you yourself know the audience isn't believing this. The audience doesn't want to see this because it's unbelievable that this would be the conversation. You can tell from the start here that this entire thing had to do with Fabrials, and yet Navani, as she was leaving, she was surprised that the question wasn't about Fabrials. He writes his own disbelief into the passage because he knows this is how the audience is going to interact with this. The audience is going to be in disbelief as a result of what is to follow. But in order to get it in there, you kind of have to do this. And that breaks the fourth wall. Now suddenly the author is revealed in the work. And a great author hides from the work. A great author isn't seen in the work that they're writing. Well, Martians were non-binary. They did reproduce by budding. That is that a clone of the parents start to grow out of the body. Yeah, but Michael, there you have an interesting twist that evolves from that, right? So this is sort of like an interesting new species that you're trying to create. But even in that, I think you still create problems for yourself instead of just sticking with the box. I'm not suggesting that it's not possible. You could probably do it if you're a really good writer. It's sort of like writing good versus evil. You can write a good versus evil story, except for the fact that the only person that's ever been able to do that successfully has been Tolkien. Everyone else just produces slop. Or you go the route of George R.R. Martin and you decide to write a story that is ambiguous at best, where even your heroes have bad traits and your villains have good traits. Everyone is more gray rather than purely good versus evil, right? If you're a brilliant author, you could probably make it work, but I do think you're making your life unnecessarily hard. On Ixion Civilization from Dune, or what's the title? It's Ixion. Obi-Wan, we'll get into the game in a second. Corsella, do you know what the biggest complaint of this new book was? So here's the complaint from one of them. The writing and overall prose and quality, there's a lot more modern language that doesn't fit. The way people talk, it used to sound very medieval, or at least not modern, but now everybody talks really, really modern. The Ultimate Kuna says on the INC's review. This is the problem with writing, trying to write modern audience nonsense into books and into stories. It destroys the natural flow and the natural language of what should be used, right? What people should be seeing. And there's a reason for it. You don't naturally want those things in your book. You want them in the book because you need to tick a little box, because you need to signal to all of your friends, look how woke I am. Look how politically progressive I am. Right? All of my friends need to see just how progressive I am, so I'm going to make a non-binary character. And oftentimes what happens in those scenarios is the character becomes purely a character that is supposed to be non-binary and not a character that is meant to be a character that stands on their own and that can exist on their own. What oftentimes happen is if you remove the non-binary label from the character, there's nothing in that character. Tash from the Veilguard is a brilliant example of this. You remove non-binary from Tash, she has no storyline. Tash's entire storyline is non-binary. If you remove that label, there is no storyline for Tash. Tash has no personality outside of her non-binariness. That's no way to make... that would be, and I've used this example before, no one would like a story about a straight white man where the entire story is just how this man is a straight white man. No one would like that story. It would feel awkward and weird. Why the hell are we doing this? Yeah, but the mommy issues was because of the fact that she's non-binary. The mommy issues wouldn't have existed if the non-binary issue didn't exist first. Right? So all of Tasha's problems, all of Tasha's conflict, all of Tasha's life is stemmed from this, I am non-binary. That's their biggest complaint, their biggest issue. It's in fact so big that even though the world is on the brink of destruction because two ancient elven gods is busy destroying the world, Tash's biggest problem is the fact that Tash is a bit confused about who Tash is. And also being an absolute brat and bitch to her mother, even though her mother is being perfectly kind and normal towards her at every single turn. Like, her mother is being super accommodating consistently, and she's just being the biggest little bitch on the planet. Pringles, yeah, probably. The funniest thing about Tash was where she insists on calling the Warlock a necromancer, even though he didn't want to be called that, which is rich coming from her, wanting to tell everyone how to call her. And she didn't do any push-ups for that? Wow. Yeah, but that's the thing. They also managed to make Tash the most unlikable character on the planet. Right? That I don't know who greenlit this scene where Isabella has to do push-ups, pulling a barf. I don't know who greenlit that. Because that entire scene turns Tash into the most hateful character on the planet. I hate that character. And there's few things that I hate, but oh boy, do I hate that character. Seven, how you doing? Oh shit, I could do 15 push-ups. You can't hate them? No, I do hate her. Very much so. They claim they are pro-LGBTQ. I think that game did more to destroy the reputation of those movements than any right-wing group. Well, the thing about evil is that the downfall of evil is oftentimes within the seeds of its own creation. Evil cannot survive because evil will ultimately destroy itself. And that's what we see consistently on the left. The left continuously destroys itself and rips itself apart because it is evil. It's an evil philosophy. It's an evil worldview that will destroy the world. Make no mistake about that. And I am not holding my punches here. If the left had their way, the world would be destroyed. Bill Gates, not too long ago, came out and suggested that they should spray this. I don't even know what it's called, but there's the solution that they want to spray in the atmosphere to form a dome around the Earth that can stop global warming because it will block some of the sun's rays. Now, think about the concept for 2 seconds and think about what happens if that goes wrong. Think about the effects if your calculations are off by a factor of 10. Just remember, you live in a chaotic system. A tiny little change can perform immense amounts of changes across space that you cannot account for. That's the problem with chaotic systems. They are chaotic. You don't know what happens if you change something here and how that plays out. Is he insane? Does he know all the possible things that could go wrong? Does he think himself a god? Grisella, that's the problem with the left. Remember, the left rejects religion on the whole of it. And so what starts to happen is all people have a god. You're either your own god or you have an external god, but all people have a god. Because morality has to flow from somewhere. If you don't have an external god, your internal god is where your morality flows from. For Bill Gates, his morality comes from within himself. This means that his good versus evil is influenced by who he is. Right? And so as a result of this, Bill Gates genuinely doesn't think that he can do anything wrong because he thinks his heart is in the right place. He's saving humanity from itself. And he is so self-absorbed and narcissistic that he can't recognize how dangerous it is for any human being to think they know how to save humanity. Like, dude, I would never, ever, ever say I have the answer for how humanity should live. Even though I think conservatism is the right way, even though I think capitalism is the right way, I would never be so bold as to force capitalism into the whole world and everyone's not going to be fully capitalistic. Because I'm not sure that couldn't go very wrong. I think it won't go wrong, but I'm not certain enough that I would suddenly become dictator in chief. Right? That's my issue. The fact that you can sit there and with a straight face say, I can save the world, is that really? You're willing to make that sweeping declaration? That's bold. That's a very bold declaration. Heathron, how you doing? Michael, spiritualism. You'll get a lot of people that say, I'm not religious, I'm spiritualist. Or I'm spiritual. Spiritual just means I'm my own God. I make my own decisions. And my decisions impact me, and therefore I make my decisions for me. That's all it means. It's not some enlightened form of thinking. I mean, remember, these people, they don't think like you and me. You might wonder, but why would Bill Gates do this? And why do they not open their eyes? Why do they not, after seeing how bad their ideas play out, why don't they change course? Why don't they change their minds? And the reason for it is they're genuine believers. They genuinely believe that they are the good guys. And so any decision they make, any change they make, any change they try to make, comes from the place of, I am genuinely the good guy here. You know, I'm the savior of the human race. They should be grateful to me for the fact that I'm about to save them from their miserable existences. Then, because of a lack of sunlight, less CO2 gets converted to oxygen as a result, and we make the problem worse instead. Marlene, that's why we don't screw with it, because we don't know. It's sort of like people who believe in global warming, right? Now, the problem that I have is climate change and global warming became synonymous with one another. And this means that whenever people ask me, do you believe in climate change? I always have to clarify and be like, do you mean climate change or do you mean global warming? Because if you ask me, do I believe in climate change? Of course, the climate is always changing. We know that we have had almost 23 ice ages in the existence of the Earth, including a bunch of mini ice ages. So yeah, the climate is always changing. We had a mini ice age just not even 700 years ago. And I don't think there were massive trucks pumping CO2 into the ocean, into the atmosphere back then, unless of course those middle-aged fucks were a hell of a lot more advanced than we know. Right? Unless the peasants of the old age was riding around on tractors and it all just magically disappeared. Right? We had these ice ages before. They happen all the time. So if you ask me, do I believe in climate change? Yeah, absolutely. It happens all the time. But when you ask me, do I believe in catastrophic global warming? The answer is no. And the reason isn't that I'm saying that there is no chance of catastrophic global warming. The issue is that this system is chaotic. There are billions of tiny variations and interactions that take place every single day that we don't even know about. We don't know how these interactions really work. We can guess. That's why the oldest climate models we have, dating back nearly 80 years, warn that the oceans are going to warm by 1.5 degrees. Guess how much the oceans have warmed? The answer is 0 degrees. 0. The ocean has warmed 0 degrees. Now, you'll see articles of saying, oh, the ocean is a hell of a lot warmer than it's ever been before. But what they conveniently only tell you in the article is this single ocean warmed by, say, 1 degree. But then you have another ocean that dropped by 1 degree. So the average is still 0, right? You've had cool on this side, heat on this side, but it still averages to 0 change on a global scale for the oceans. And so, again, you get to this sort of argument of, you don't even know how this works. What makes you think you understand how the climate works? Because there's tiny little changes that's consistently happening that we can't account for because there's too many. We don't have the computing power to factor all of these little changes. Maybe if we had quantum computing, we could finally read all of those factors in, including the ones that we don't even know about, and then we could run some proper models to see if there will be anything happening in the next 150, 200 years. But right now, the way most climate models are produced, they tend to isolate CO2, and then they go, what happens when you ramp up CO2? Oh, catastrophe happens. It's like, well, okay, hold up. When you ramp up CO2, there's also a bunch of other things that happen, right? CO2 doesn't go up and nothing else changes. When CO2 goes up, the whole climate adapts. So a good example is as CO2 rises, the earth gets greener, right? More plants, because there's more food for plants to eat. What do plants eat? CO2. So the more CO2 you have, the more plants you have, the more CO2 is consumed, the more oxygen is created. But to try and factor that in is almost impossible. Because there's too much to try and factor in there. So it's not... some, I think, are just being dishonest. But I think a lot of them they can't factor that in. It's too much. There's no PC on the planet that can run those calculations. Not effectively. And so I don't believe in catastrophic climate change. Yeah. Like tomorrow, actually, there's going to be giant catastrophe. Dude, I tried to watch The Day After Tomorrow again. Because I remember when the movie first came out, I actually thought it was a pretty cool movie. Because I didn't care about climate change. I just thought it was a good movie. And then I tried to watch it again 2 nights ago. The level of bullshit in that movie. Like, now that I know a lot more about it, because I've read about it, and I've sort of read the studies on it, the level of nonsense that movie spews in the first half an hour, like the science that's being pushed in that, it's like, what? Like, holy shit. This is such propaganda. Agree with it's not man-made? No. I don't think it is. I do not believe that it is. Most gas giant exoplanets found are closer to their sun. It is likely that ours migrated out. I wouldn't put it past it. I mean, who knows? Who knows what the early universe looked like? tomorrow for a bit. And I said, what? Then I discovered it was another movie. No, yeah, the day after tomorrow. Now, Edge of Tomorrow is a phenomenal movie. That is such a good movie. I loved Age of Tomorrow. I just recently rewatched it. But I have to say, I think Tom Cruise is just the greatest actor that's ever lived. Like, every single one of Tom Cruise's movies, I like. Jogran, how are you doing, sir? This is Ixion. So, Ixion is a game in space. We're in this spaceship over here, right? And we're traveling. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick overview for anyone that's missed it. Because we started playing this last week already, or earlier this week. So Ixion is the game starts with Dolos, the creator or the founder of Dolos, a massive company. They're convinced that the Earth is screwed. We have polluted the Earth to the point of destruction, and the only future for humanity now is among the stars. If humanity doesn't leave Earth, humanity will die alongside Earth. Surprise, surprise, they have their first ever test flight of what they call I can't remember the flight system now, but it's a brand new type of traversal. You kind of bend time and space, and it allows you to traverse giant distances over very short periods of time. And so in doing this, they destroy the moon because they moved the Ixion, this spaceship of ours, next to the moon in order to take off. And the original engine, the Vol engine, created a tear that ripped part of the moon into this new sort of bended space area. So the moon got destroyed. This destroyed all life in the universe. So you get back to our system and Earth is done. Earth is destroyed. The moon is destroyed. And now you're learning about... So there's a couple of things happening here. We found signs of battles in the aftermath of what had happened between the UN. The UN was attacking Dolos, the company that we work for, as well as the BMS, the Black Market Society, that was also destroying the UN, but also attacking Dolos, the company that we work for. We are now on a mission to try and find the exoplanet Remus, because that is a planet that was identified as the future of humanity. This is where humanity... This is an Earth-like planet where humanity can start anew. So we're on that mission. Things have gone horribly wrong. Our hull is deteriorating while we're in space because we harmed it beyond repair. And we're basically trying to find... In this state of the game, we're trying to find the Protagoras, which is a super advanced ship that was built and launched after we left the solar system in our space thing. Yeah, think of it as Frostpunk in space, kind of, yes. That's probably a decent way of thinking about it. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were building a new place, weren't we? I forgot about this. Wait, why is my food supply so shit? Oh, right. Never mind. This thing's just getting rid of it. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Sector 2 is now optimal. Are you still creating babies here? Yes, but you're creating it for 3, so that's fine. Okay, let's quickly get in here and start building. We are building one house for them over here. Might need to do another house. Don't blame me for the moon that died, Echo. Just more logistics. Can we change the trust into obedience by chance? No. No, the trust, you just need to keep them super happy or else. And trust me, they don't get happy easy. They're pieces of shit. I do need an EVA airlock ASAP. But yeah, I'm in love with this game. Although the game is super annoying. I've done some reading, and a lot of people say, technically speaking, there are some changes that you should make. The default way of playing the game isn't fun. I'm not going to make any changes, but part of me does want to make changes because the default way of playing isn't fun. The default way of playing is basically all resources are mega limited. And so no matter how good you build, no matter how good you plan things, you never have enough of anything. Like, you're always struggling to get stuff done. And your people get super demanding about stuff, and then you have to waste resources on them. But for now, we're going to stick to just the normal play, the default play experience, because I don't want to make changes too much. Of course I'm not. I do blame him for claiming that it killed all life in the universe. Where did those advanced warring factions come from? A tongue slip, I know. What do you mean all life? What are you talking about? I can't remember. What did I want to do here? Chat, what was the plan? Marlene, take care of yourself. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Oh, I do need more mining ships. But I can't build more because I... Oh, wait, I can actually build more. What am I talking about? I can build loads more. You bitch. Let's go. Now we're cooking with fire. Let's go, Bones. How you doing, bro? Yeah, we're waiting for the exoskeletons to finish. Gregory, I've played it a little. Not a huge fan. Not a massive fan of the game. At least... Oh wait, I could probably use with some of... I could probably use some of this. And then send me some of this over to my side as well, please. Let's go for 70 in each of these. So we can actually produce some stuff here. Yeah, I can't remember everything I wanted to build. We do have enough ice to make enough water for the food supply. We can make another farm if needs be. So we should be fine.
Has completed its scan.
Please build these homes. What are we doing, boys? Why are we not building homes? Finish those homes, please. Next probe is still waiting. Yeah, we'll react to that at some point. Okay, what do I want? I need iron. Let's go. Some iron. You can never have too much iron in this game. Iron is the big bitch of this game. Oh, wait. Are we sending food over to these guys? Hold up. Food. No, we're not. We have to send food. There we go. We full of living, successful people upon the return trip, but they killed each other? Well, they couldn't because the Earth was being destroyed. That's why they killed each other. And we're finally done, boys. We have exoskeletons. Good job, us. We have exoskeletons. And the next one we desperately need would be this. Yay, go team. Yeah, bitch. Finally gonna get some science here so we can research stuff. Truth, how you doing, sir? No. What did I... Oh.
Power supply overloaded.
Of course. Oopsie.
Power restored.
It's true. I'm doing very well. Thanks for asking, sir. I'm just trying to figure out how to make this game make sense at the minute. And also get enough science so I can actually research some crap. Because that seems to be my biggest challenge at the moment. I'm an android? Are you an android? Well, that's interesting. You're the first android I've ever met. Okay, we almost have enough power now. How much water are we... Yeah, we're producing enough water. Okay, first house is done. Oh, we should probably get medical in here for them as well. Infirmary. Just so people don't die. There's so much micromanagement in this game, by the way. Like, so much micromanagement. These types of games should be mandatory for politicians. They need to learn that they cannot buy votes by bribing people. Dude, there's plenty of games. I think most politicians will unironically actually benefit from just playing Civilization. Like, just one game that teaches them how to not run a country would probably be mega helpful. I want power. Are we gonna get power soon, or... When the hell are they finishing the power?
Has completed a task.
Here we go. We have arrived at the source of signal transmission. We found a cargo ship of an unknown class that bears a resemblance to those we use on the Tycoon. It is embedded within the rock face below a large promontory. The high winds are making it... What the hell is a promontory? The high winds are making its balance unstable. Recover the archived data, digital data from the cargo ship and return to the Maxwell. Survey the cargo ship, recover any archived data and return to the Maxwell. Recover the data from the cargo ship and attempt to EKP repair for cargo delivery. The team will attempt to repair the EKP engine and utilize the cargo ship's autopilot system to launch it into orbit. Success would allow the ship's cargo to be recovered. Let's do that. Clefai's jutting out from a plateau. Wow, that's a lot of words. But I get what it means now. Thanks. Come on. I can't send... No! Oh, I just wasted a probe. Damn it. Chat. Look at what I did. There we go. Now we can finally start repairing this little hole of ours. And my brain hurts now. I don't blame you.
Probe has completed its scan.
I do not blame you. Okay, this is going to be... This is going to be our manufacturing area. We're going to be manufacturing some stuff in this bitch. In order to make that work, we are going to need a docking bay. Ween, hi, and Grofal, how are you doing, sir? I desperately hope I'm not screwing up too badly. Better in about 50 minutes. Dude, really? So your entire mood depends on how high you are. I mean, if that's what you need, then that's what you need, but it's kind of weird, but alright. I just need to, really. I'm a stoner. Everything depends on how high I am. If it works for you, it works, I guess.
A probe has completed its scan.
Definitely not one of those guys. I do not like being high at all. Why is Sector 1 not fed? What's going on here? I mean, they should have more than enough food. Where's their food storage? Oh, there it is. You guys have enough food. Stop crying about nonsense, please. Yeah, there's more than enough food. It helps with immersion. Yeah, not for me. I get tired.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Like, I get mega tired when I smoke weed. New orc must die is fire, by the way. Wait, there's a new one? One must remain sober-minded. I prefer it.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Please give me some data. Please. Yay. We have returned to the Maxwell. Recovered data has been secured and analyzed. As for the cargo ship, she almost broke up, leaving the planet's atmosphere, but seems to have held up okay. Right. I have some science. Boys, we have science. Look at that research go. Look at it go. It's not enough, though. We need way more research if we're going to be unlocking all of this. It's kind of like a movie, Ethan. So it was originally made by a YouTuber that just, like, I would argue got a little bit sick and tired of Games Workshop not doing their best with the brilliant IP that they were given. And so just ended up making this really cool show. Of course, that's not the official story, but that is the story that I'm going with. I like that one best. So we'll go with that. I should probably grow more food here. Huh. I wonder. Okay. Science ship. Go to Plymouth. I don't think... See, I don't think my ships can survive inside this yet. Although it's not a solar storm, it's just cold. So maybe they can. We'll see. They'll soon let us know if ships are dying inside this icy hellscape. I know year ships die very quickly. Saved it if done right. When was AC supposed to be a home run? That whole series hasn't been half decent since AC 3. Well, there's still shit tons of people that play it. As much as I don't like that, as much as I wish people would just not like the game, it would turn out a lot of people like the game, man. Lots and lots of people love the game. Question. Do we go box standard route or... I'm gonna go with that.
Ship has arrived at its destination.
Getting another mining ship. I actually need 4 mining ships. And I need more carbon. There we go. Now I'll buy it off the UBS bankrupt for $5 on Steam. Dude, are you talking about AC Shadows? You're gonna be able to buy AC Shadows for $5 day of launch. Like, dude, that's gonna be the game that goes on sale the fastest ever. It's gonna launch and then it's gonna be on sale for 95%. Like, that's just guaranteed. Because it is such a nonsense game. You see, I can soon let this ship go and change it for a science ship, actually. Because I don't actually need that ship. I don't actually need that ship in this one because this is our food production area. And food production basically just needs ice.
Completed its scan.
Look you up with the torrent file. Don't waste $5 on slop. AC Shadows are probably a free game bundled with new GFX cards. If it isn't already, for some reason, I just think it might already be exactly that.
Happy New Year, Administrator.
Hey, it's New Year. New Year, new me. So, Aka's video, UV is laying off 100 here, 100 there. Yep. That's according to my source, which, you know, take that with the grain of salt that it comes with. But yeah, according to my source, their plan at the moment is exactly that. Instead of doing large sort of layoffs, they're gonna go smaller, less in your face. They're hoping that that sort of cheats it, you know, that people don't really notice. Yeah, we do have to stop building this. That's 60. Holy crap. I have a 3070. It's fine. 158. Dude, have you guys seen the reviews for the 5080? It looked mega bad. Like, mega boosted. It's Grovall. The 38 of the 5080. If you remove the 5080, if you remove the what do you call it? If you remove multi-frame generation, so the AI bullshit on the graphics card, it is by far the most useless graphics card ever made. It performs terribly against everything. Like the 4090 kicks his ass, the 3090 comes close, the AMD card even comes very close to kicking ass, so yeah, it's not good. Our probe has detected the presence of cavities beneath the planet's surface. The readings we are picking up from these chambers are similar to those from strong nuclear reactions. We have landed on Plymouth. The opaque atmosphere lets in hardly any light. Geological formations on the planet's surface resemble giant emerald waves frozen in time. We have set up near a location of one of the cavities. Establish infrastructure to support exploration and geological analysis. Let's do that.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
Yeah, I can play to that. I want to build a new source of food. But I can't because these assholes won't do this. Meow, how you doing? Would you guys be so kind? Would you be a doll and get the hell out of my way here?
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Super annoying. Good, just starting work. Nice. Nice. Okay, how many ships do we have? Not yet 3. We're still building these. Are we transferring this? Feels like we're going super slow. Why are we going super slow, boys? Oh, kind of makes sense. We need more of this. Well, it doesn't make... No, never mind. Why is carbon such a big issue in this game? Right, here we go. Much better. I want to build a food source. Right there. Man, I'm again. Oh, this is nuts. Z Vengeance, it's an issue for me now. In this game, that is a very big issue. Although, not the biggest issue, because I do have more than enough. The thing that I'm more worried about is this. I don't have electronics. And for electronics, I need silicone. The bulwark. Let's send you after this so we can end your reign of terror and get you on ice. I don't need this one there, but I do need... I need more power systems. Oh, this costs so much. But fine. Well, let's do this. Once we figure out how to remove the O2, at least most of the crew survived. For where? I think all the crew survived, no? Did I lose anyone? What did I lose? I wonder if we shouldn't slow down with all these people. It's going super slow. Why are you creating people so slowly? The graphics looks really good, I must say. Pringles, this game is mega fun. This game really is mega fun. I don't think people appreciate just how much fun this game is. See, I need to get this power situation sorted out. It's kind of like Frostpunk in space, yes. Very similar design to Frostpunk in space. Although, from my perspective, at the moment at least, I'm enjoying it more than Frostpunk. But I do think Frostpunk is still a very good game. I just happen to enjoy this one more at the moment. So I want you to also bring in this. You can't bring in this now, but you will bring this in eventually. Let's do this. See, electronics is the next step. We need to build electronics, and then we need to build polymer. Slowly, we are moving towards the new planet. All while trying to research shit.
An accident has occurred in the Typhoon.
And it's taking forever to research. It's really annoying. Okay, great. There we go. And that's been done. We have some power now, of 50 power to play with. What do we build? What do we build? What do we do? 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 Factories. We need an electronics factory, but we need 30 workers for the electronics factory. It's gonna take them nearly forever to build this, so we can build that so long. And then the polymer refinery will do after. And then we'll also move the steel mill out from here and into here, so we can have all of our factories in this area. Oh, I almost forgot about this. Let's do some pre-planning on this. Yeah, this is going to be my production center or sector. And I'll probably move... I'll probably replace... No, I can't replace that. I do need to replace this, though. So take this ship, dismantle it, and go for a science ship instead. What district look like? This is going to be the residential district, Pringles, the space and residence center. But it's still... This is where you start. So this sector is usually the last one to get turned into a proper sector. I could do this though. Let's move non-workers into here, because these ones will be the ones that train colonists. How far can you zoom in? Well, how far do you want to zoom in? Oh, this is the first time I've ever zoomed in this close. Look at the workers go. This is an insect farm. Look at their houses. Yeah, I didn't think there were that many details in the game, to be honest. I did not expect that. I can probably set this up now. And then I think, depending on, we can close these farms. I don't think we need these farms anymore. After these three, we should be good with no more farms. Okay, did you see the Polish renovation game trailer? I did not. What is the Polish renovation game trailer? Is it good? Where the hell did I get this ship? Oh, right. I got a man. And I ended up building... Oh, no. This is the one I removed. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. You now move to that. And you guys are going to move there. Profile, I will in a minute. Can you see I'm busy? I'm playing a video game. I can't be watching shit while I'm trying to save humanity, bro. Germany has been eyeing it for a takeover.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Oh yes, 60. Finally, some good news here. Our team was able to survey one of the many crystalline cavities beneath Plymouth 37's surface. Inside these gigantic geodes, huge crystals are bathed in toxic and corrosive gases. Despite the hazardous environmental conditions and disorientation caused by the cavity's kaleidoscopic nature, no incidents occurred. The team was able to draw new conclusions about subterranean nuclear activity and its impact on the formation of crystalline structures. Oh. Before we go, first start collecting this. We need that. We need to finish some research. Please don't take this offline. Please don't take this offline. And also don't be dicks. Why do I constantly struggle with extra workers? The Vengeance, sim games like what? I'll check it out in a minute. If you're trying to unionize them, don't give them ideas. They're already annoying me. No, I'm absolutely a union buster. I don't allow people to unionize here. There'll be no unionization while I am king.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Has it now? Of course it has. Why wouldn't it? That's pretty much the bog standard approach for everything. Dude, stop calling my people woke. Everyone on this spaceship is mega based. I've killed all the woke people already here. They're all based now. And we finished some research. Great. Now we need this bad boy. Titanborn, how are you doing, sir? See, this starts to help a lot. Like, once we have a waste treatment center, things start to calm down a little bit. Because then you have, you can turn your waste into actual metal. Then you get at least a little bit ahead. Not fully ahead, but a little bit. It helps a little. All right, we have two. Wow, almost forgot. Good afternoon, everyone. Can someone explain what this game is about? Vincent, how you doing, sir? So, the game you're watching is called Ixion. Long story short, you work for a company called Dolos. You guys were super worried about global warming and pollution, all the rest of it. And so you set out on a mission, basically like what Elon Musk is trying to do, to get humanity to other planets in the galaxy in order to save humanity. Things went miserably wrong. I won't spoil it for anyone that still wants to go play it, but things went miserably wrong, and basically you destroyed all life in the solar system. So now you are trying to find the exoplanet where humanity needs to survive whilst keeping everyone alive in space as you're moving towards it. You're on a ship called the Tycoon. The Tycoon is falling apart. So the technology that you use to travel through space to other solar systems, because you were the test jump, you didn't know what was going to go wrong, and a lot of things went wrong. And this is ultimately where we are now, trying to figure out how to get there without losing our ship and without destroying things. After approaching the supposed location of the troglodyte dwellings, they were revealed to be nothing more than optical illusion. This effect was caused by the light filtering through the thick fog of Plymouth 37's atmosphere. We may leave the planet now. It's cool, Vincent. This game is amazing. I love this game. Alright, so now we can probably...
Ship has arrived at its destination.
We can probably set this up as well. The polymer factory. No, not yet. We need more. How the frick am I constantly struggling with workers? I'm not gonna lie to you guys, this is annoying. You're not lying. These workers do not want to work. Bastards. Little woke assholes. If I find the woke here, they're dead. All of them. Yeah, I wish I could run this as the Imperium. That would be so much easier, actually. I hope my ships can survive this. Here we go. This is the crew of the Fermi. We have entered Parenti 85's atmosphere. Equipment has been deployed, but the gravity of the planet may complicate our operations. Visibility is null. Atmospheric corrosive factors are negligible. Let's set up advanced infrastructure for holy shit, that word. Meteorological. I can't say the word. This is a difficult word. Meteorological. What the is that word? It's usually just rhythm. If you get the rhythm right, you can get the word. It's meteor. So meteorological? Meteorological. No, but it's not meteorological. Wouldn't be right because there's an O there. The O is making it difficult. You guys are not helping. My tongue does not want to make that sound. My tongue does not want to make that sound. Meteorological. No, I know there's a right way of saying it. Wait. I know what we'll do. How do you say it?
Meteorological.
What the hell? No.
Meteorological.
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 Oh, it's difficult to say. I'll just accept that it's a very difficult thing to say. We'll just go with that. I know what it means, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Yeah, meteorological. Barrels, how you doing? Did you stop playing Marco? Yeah, I'm not playing it at the minute. Why? Always with the power. To present the weather? Nah, I'm cool. I don't think there's any hot babes in this game.
Science ship has arrived at its destination.
But make sure she's of ethnic origin, marginalized, has a disability, and that you know her pronouns first. Ooh, that's a lot of things to keep in mind. I haven't played WoW in ages. Everybody, I thought I was going to miss your lore videos. No, yeah, I'm not playing it at the minute. Barrels. The planet Valiant is dead and devoid of activity of any kind. However, our scans have located the remains of a ship in orbit of the planet. The wreck of the UN warship Hazinga orbits Valiant 71. In a twist of fate, it seems like after hunting down Dolos survivors, it fell to something even more dangerous than itself. We have visual on a cluster of UN emergency cryopods drifting towards Valiant 71. If we don't intervene, they'll enter the planet's atmosphere and be incinerated. Save's coming. Yeah, but I'm gonna save scum. Just in case. So let's see. Attempt to recover all the cryopods. Why do I feel like this is gonna be bad? Let's attempt it. Profile, you'll understand. The story will explain it. Trust in the process, bro. Trust in the process. What PayPal situation? Yeah, bitch, look at this. It's a bit beautiful. Beautiful. Beulah. Bring in the beast.
An accident has occurred.
Fair, I must have missed that part of lore. No, it's not missed. It's not been revealed to you yet. But you are getting a sense of it already. If you're paying attention to what's been happening, we know that the UN has been hunting down Dolos. We saw that in the first act. The UN declared Dolos an enemy of humanity, and they've been hunting down Dolos ever since. So you can sort of already start to put two and two together here, right? The UN is chasing us. Now, what I don't know, or at least what I don't yet understand, is because I never played past this, right? So I haven't finished this chapter. So from this, we're basically in new territory for me here, but I don't understand how the UN could have jumped because we were the only ones who knew how to vol jump. That was the whole point, right? We could vol jump, but the UN technically shouldn't have been able to vol jump, so I'm not sure how the UN is doing it. Chronicle what? That's weird. That's the only thing I think. They designed their own sort of way of So instead of fixing Earth, they built warships. Michael, there was no way of fixing Earth. So that is one part that we should just remember here. There was no way of fixing Earth. Earth was never getting fixed. That is like one guarantee. You can't fix Earth. No one's coming back from what we did to Earth. This is so annoying. Just never have enough electricity. And it costs so much to create electricity. See, we're already at sort of capacity when it comes to electricity. Do a polymer factory. I do need more polymer. And then housing is a problem. Everything is just a bloody problem in this bitch. It's revealed that you are, in fact, Ixion. Evacuated and sent to colonies, then? Thundercool, what's that? Is that the situation? I don't have the... I don't have the resources for this shit. Oh boy, we're gonna go out of business again. Fine. Build the bloody thing, waste more of my precious power things. I wonder if we have enough polymer. We should have enough polymer. At least I'm hoping we have enough polymer. It would be a nightmare if we don't have enough polymer.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
No! Okay, so we tried to save all of the frozen bodies. That did not work for us. This is a 100% time to reload. Not losing more people. I draw the line. See, technically I shouldn't even be doing anything at this point. Like, what even is the point? Let's build a factory. Yeah, I want to do this. Screw the bodies. And instead, let's analyze the wreck. See if there's something special there. If there's... yeah. Analyze this. are left behind. Oh, you guys are quite mean. Why do you not like the woke people? And what's wrong with them? They're just trying to live their life, bro. I'm lying, of course. Okay. So we have carbon. We have that now coming in. This is nice. Yeah, this is good. We have ice coming in at quite a rate. Let's just speed through this. Wait. Research is done. Nice. Next research. Do that. Wait. Have I already researched this? Oh, yeah. Never mind. I need this. I need this. But I don't know if I can build this. Not yet. I can't build it yet. I first need a policy change to make people store all of their...
A probe has completed its scan.
What's it called? Their waste. Michael, my immediate belief is I don't think they would be able to survive.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Oh. This hull has been punctured by the many small telluric objects that orbit at high speed around Valiant 71. However, some of the hull punctures cannot be ascribed to this alone. The mostly destroyed, the technologies on board are significantly more advanced compared to those of the Tycoon. The team's mission reports will provide useful data and support our own ongoing research and development initiatives. Now we have to load again and now see if we can save some of the colonists and hopefully still get that damn research. Star Citizen, if it's even Star Citizen. Show how you're doing. This is not Star Citizen. I'm not old enough for that. And I don't live in the future. You know, the 30... I would say maybe... 3980 when Star Citizen finally launches. Okay, so let's do attempt to recover the closest cryopods first. Yeah, let's do that. Did the sun explode or something? This is a dwarf. So it's a white dwarf. Immortan is the name. Should maybe your grandkids' grandkids will play that game. So the white dust you see here is ice. Because the star is dead. Or dying. That is ice. All I know is this place is death. Yeah, I know that for a fact. You go in this side and you're not coming out. See, I don't want to do anything because I first want to finish this research.
A science ship team has completed a task.
No, so I get bodies, but I don't get jack crap else. No, that will not do. I know what I need to do now. We're just going to be analyzing it. Not even going to waste our time with those bodies. I don't need more people at the moment. I've more than enough. I want the science. Now we can play, because I know exactly what I want. Man, this... Now let's do that. Some actors offer up to buy BioWare. Why would they do that? Okay. So now what we need to do is build this factory. And we need to build a new system. Let's do 3 in each. Is a bit more wary with their purchase after the 80 billion disaster. White dwarfs are stellar remnants. Red dwarfs are living, tiny stars with expected lifespans of trillions of years. Holy crap. Trillions of years. That is such a wild number. Oh, that is such a wild number. Tiny habitat zones, not good for outdoor living. Red dwarfs. Well, what about white dwarfs? Could you live in a galaxy with a white dwarf, or would that not be a good idea? Because I sort of think that would be fire. White dwarf is highly radioactive? Nah, bro. It's not that bad. You don't have to worry about it. White dwarfs are perfectly fine.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
You'll see, we're gonna be fine.
Completed scan.
Why?
Science ship team has
Oh.
completed a task.
Fire starter upgrade. Nice. The thing is, Hull, we already rate that. So let's just collect our science and then move to the next available planet. This is much nicer. Wait, Rings of Power introduce black ones. What do you mean? Extremists that raid dwarves? But would they be able to support life? Would be the big question, huh? Oh, we're gonna be on the border with this one. I can't wait for this thing to start. How much? Okay, we have a lot of iron now. A lot of this stuff. Silicon. Some hydrogen, but I don't need that for now. I'm gonna start to need this soon. I think you need a class G or K. Raid dwarves will force you to live in a bunker. Unless the atmosphere was stronger, I'm assuming.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Oh boy. Here we go. We're finally building some shit. Okay. Probe sensors detected traces of a Dolos EKP signature near Mach R, tracking its trajectory. It appears to have entered the planet's atmosphere. Coordinates of a potential crash site have been established. The planet's surface temperature is extremely low. Reaching the crash site, the Maxwell's team found the remains of a science ship frozen in ice. Let's go. Okay, question time, chat. What do we do with a drunken sailor?
A probe has completed its scan.
Right, so... And you don't care about... habitual zones and live in space habitats? You can do that even without a star if you want. You could colonize a rogue planet if you do not mind the cold. I don't mind the cold, but... To be fair, space is really bloody cold. If we're gonna be talking about, like, just normal cold, space isn't just normal cold. Space is ridiculously cold. Okay, steel mill time. I'm gonna build the steel mill here. And then I'm gonna close one of the steel mills in the other side, in Sector 1. And I'll just move... Oh, we can just move this. It's fine. And then what we'll do is we'll set this up to where they'll get 100% of everything. These guys will get none of anything. Yeah, this should work. And maybe move some workers. I'm gonna stop you for now. Let's move some workers over from Sector 1 to Sector 3. Only workers.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Phenomena have been discovered on Parenti 85 that appear to defy the Coriolis effect. Particles specific to self-similar space were also detected. These clearly play a major role in the complex balance of forces present on Parenti 85. Okay, cool. But we also have 75 science, which is brilliant. Is that like OnlyFans for on the job? Yes, it's what your workers have to endure. I don't know if this is gonna work, but the hope is that it does. Eyeballs in about 3 seconds. Dude, I've seen some videos about the death that you suffer in space. I do not want to die like that. Under zero circumstances do I want to die like that. That seems like a miserable way to go. Now, where do we put this little bad boy?
Population transfer complete.
Right. Now, Sector 3 doesn't have enough housing. Oh. I genuinely feel like I'm being trolled.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
With the discovery of the Etomenenki's
Science
attack
ship team has
on the
completed
Protagoras,
a
many of the crew's theories about the UN's animosity towards dollars have been confirmed. The crew has been shaken, learning that they were struck with the seal of banishment by the former authorities of Earth. This will increase the prevalence of dead Earth sickness in the Tycoon. Oh, crap. Oh, that's not good. Not good. Boys, that's really not good news. And brought to the surface. Yeah, but do you actually want to die in space? Because it still wouldn't be fun. Like, I don't know anyone that's going out of their way to, you know, get cracked in space. So I know exactly what I want to do. The big problem is doing it a nightmare. Trickstar, how you doing? What worms? There's worms that live on the moon? What the hell are we talking about, chat? I feel like we're not being serious here. Okay, so for now, these are the two places we need a DLA center the most. And I mean, like, seriously need a DLA center. And we need 1 year. Yeah, I'm gonna build. Oh. Fine, I'll build it. I have this game, but never took the time to get into it. What would you rate it? 1 out of 10? Opus, depending on how you play it. So if you love micromanagement, the game's a 10 out of 10. If you're not as fond of micromanagement, the game is an 8 out of 10, right? Now, there are ways to make the micromanagement easier depending on how you want to play. So you can go into the difficulty settings, and there's a couple of things that you kind of have to change in the difficulty settings to make things look a little bit better. So one of the things that almost everyone say to change is the solar panel output. So the issue with the base default experience is the solar panel output is just enough that you have power, but not enough that you have power. So you're basically constantly building something because you need to build it, but then also having to build another solar panel because you need it. But then you need to build another building to build more solar panels. And so you're constantly in this sort of stress test of, I need to build these things because I need the resources in order to survive. But in order to build these things, I need to build other things in order to build these things. So there's a couple of things that I personally would change. I would make the resource deposits 100 to 150% larger because some of the resource deposits are just stupid. They're small. You get like 80 carbon. That's nothing, right? So by making it like a 200, 250%, thereabouts, you make it a bit more realistic in that sense. I wouldn't change any of these at all. I would leave this as is because these are the actual challenging things of the game. I wouldn't change any of these. Wouldn't change the food requirements because, again, they're really good. I would probably make a couple of changes to the cryopods if I were you, because you get workers and non-workers. You don't need that many non-workers because they drain resources fast. And then I would probably do I would do this, if I'm honest. Solar panel output 200% just makes it so much easier to actually survive. But it's not as if you can't play the game with just the normal settings. You can absolutely. But then you are going to play a little bit more on the edge. You know, it is going to be a little bit more on the edge. Not for me. I used to like RTS games, but not resource management. How are you doing, Akalon? TMB, how you doing, bro? Yeah, there's a lot of resource management in this game. And a lot of it is just related to how little space you have or maneuverability you have in the game. I do like Civilization. But we're about to get, like, a little bit of help here. Not a crazy amount, but a little bit of help. I just don't understand. Where the hell are my ships? Bringing in my shit. Burke, how you doing, sir? Ooh, high quality lubricants. Upgrade unlocked in the workshop. All usable components from the wreckage have been conditioned and prepared for extraction. Maxwell's team was able to recover data that revealed the cause of the science ship's crash, named the Place. This ship belonged to the second generation Taurus-class superstructure called the Protagoras. Following some sort of attack by the Etamanenki, a UN ship, the Place attempted an emergency landing on Mach R, coming in too fast. It was almost completely vaporized on impact. The crew manifest has been recovered.
Administrator, we have collected and analyzed enough data to locate the Protagoras on the planetary system map via probe scan.
Great. That's awesome. I don't want to upgrade things now, but I do want to upgrade things now. I don't think I can afford to. I need to unlock all of this. I need more workers. This is nonsense. Holy crap. I need more workers. No. Fine. Okay, so this has been built. Policies. I want you all to start recycling waste. Thank you. Now we need to set up a waste collecting agent. As soon as this is done, we'll do the same thing over here. Go into stockpiles. Build that. Yeah, we're gonna up propaganda in a second. Do not worry, sir. That has not escaped me. I just remembered I'm gonna need to build one here because I want the propaganda setting.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon. A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Where's my other science ship? Could probably get more. Imagine running a country with an interface like that and desperately aiming for massive welfare for unemployable illegal immigrants. Priorities are important. I don't want to imagine that. Like, that doesn't seem like a fun thing to imagine. Okay. Our probe has detected an unusual electromagnetic signal on the comet Rokatansky D79. Fermi team reporting, we've landed on the Rokatansky D79. The icy comet is barren, but its rotation causes shadows to dance across its surface quite beautifully. Flurries of snow move erratically around the comet, perhaps because of the abnormally high gravity. The signal appears to be transmitting from a cave. A glacial mass blocks its entrance. We await further instructions. Let's set up an actual station. Okay, now we're collecting some waste. And we're gonna be waste collecting on this bitch as well. Waste is good. Waste is brilliant. You'll see in a second.
Ship has arrived at its destination.
There's an upgrade that I've never been able to unlock, but I desperately want it. It's in here. This one. It gives your housing the ability to create waste, which means technically you should be able to run your entire ship just on the waste that your people are creating. Which is obviously brilliant. Like, that is great. Let these bastards finally do some work. Yeah, shit powered. Like, why not, bro? That sounds like a great idea. These guys aren't really producing waste yet. But what little waste they do produce, we can always set up. Because some of them do produce a little bit of waste, so it should be fine. They're waiting for shit. These guys are waiting for the paint. Summary of intelligence of the Tatra V8. Our probe has detected an electromagnetic signature from an operational Dolos device. It appears to be an unidentified cargo ship navigating among the hydrogen and helium clouds of Tatra V8. It is not responding to communication attempts. Extremely violent hurricanes move through the atmosphere of Tatra V8. We are having difficulty maneuvering and fear that we may be struck by lightning at any moment. We have successfully located the cargo ship. It does not seem to have noticed our presence. Let's hail it. The fact that this bloody cargo ship almost never brings in any of this really annoys me. Any iron. Like this. How are you bringing in 3 iron, bro? Like, what? What are we even talking about? Like, undo this ship immediately. Undo this immediately. I don't need that. So these guys are happy now. We should probably try and get these guys happy as well. I'm not really looking forward to any of this, but... We're still producing enough food. We could probably end these. Yeah, we're producing more than enough food. No, we haven't found any active people yet. See, but now we do need to start building this. Do we have enough people for this? How many people does this thing take? 20 people. Kick me in the nuts. Oh. Would you look at that? Yeah, bitch. A comms link to the cargo ship was established, but the Maxwell's crew received nothing except white noise in response to their hails. Board the cargo ship. Yeah, I'm not ramming into it. Let's board the cargo ship first. Let's hope no one dies, please. Have a good day, Eklon. Off to touch grass or snow, rather. TMB, take care of yourself, man. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate you, sir. If we're gonna make this work, we need more workers. We are moving, so it's fine. Okay. Lost research project here. Roaming Firebat, how you doing, sir? Welcome, welcome. Dude, I think this game is trying my patience. Oh, I can't complain. Thanks for asking. I can't complain. Just having the time of my life, you know. Struggling to keep people alive in space that is desperately trying to not live. At least that's how it feels. You know what we have not done yet? We've not trained a single colonist yet. I just realized that.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Boarding the cargo ship was successful. Inside, the team found a PA piloting the ship. Interrogate the PA. Yeah, let's learn what this ship has to say. Yeah, as soon as we can get rid of this thing, I can build a colonist training center, which is very expensive, but needed.
A probe has completed its scan.
Not having steel is perhaps the most annoying thing in the world, bro.
Administrator, you can implement a new policy.
Let's intensify the propaganda, shall we? Look at the people happy. That's the power of propaganda, people. That's the power of propaganda. Tajanor, how you doing, bro? Yeah, you could probably call it Frostpunk in space.
A science ship team has completed a task.
The Protagoras was hunted by the Etamananki. The UN was ruthless and systematically investigated all areas of space they knew the Protagoras to operate in. A key part of their plan involved infiltrating Dolos from the inside and sowing dissent among the Protagoras crew. A mutiny forced the Protagoras to stop in this system for longer than planned. The rebels gained access to a command terminal and transmitted the Protagoras' exact coordinates to the Etamananki. That's when my parents put me in this body and left me here to play with the wind forever. Wow. Talk about sad. Dude, yeah. That could actually be good. No?
A probe has completed its scan.
The smell would be vile, though. Nah, bro. People don't mind. They're more than happy to, you know, do their thing. You can even pass policies to have the bodies become recycling. Like, if you really want to be dark about it, you can just use their bodies for... for power and for fuel and for everything. Yeah, the game is pretty dark in some cases or in some ways. Space. We need this. A new policy can be set in Sector 3. Let's do that. Intense. Man, I'm using so much iron at the minute. I have 28 iron left. Why am I so struggling? Why is this? The struggle is so real, man.
the well, sometimes it's about the
Tajanor, so we're trying to survive in space. Earth has been destroyed thanks largely to us. And now we're desperately trying to rectify that situation.
A science ship team has completed a task.
So, you know, it's not going well. It's not going well. Oh. Okay, we have a new ship. That's nice.
Neocont protocols have identified a new planet suitable for our colonization test program.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, I'm building vessels, but I have no iron. This needs to take priority. If we can finish this, we'll have enough iron. Yes, this produces, I think, 50 iron every 10 cycles. Pause that. What the hell, dude? Iron is always a bloody problem. Really, Tekla? When I'm survival struggling? Why are you giving us fake news? What fake news?
Destination.
Okay, I'm not going to start this yet. Because I want to get to that planet first. I feel like things were going super well and then suddenly it wasn't going. Dismantle this building immediately. Give me that iron. Or alloy, rather.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
It's all good.
A probe has completed its scan.
You well until they aren't. Yeah, that's usually the problem with these games. Like, everything's going well and then suddenly nothing's going well. And you're like, what? Dude. Why is nothing going well? And look at my hull. The hull is breaking apart. We desperately need alloy. Okay, stop. Like a bank account 10 days before payday. This game isn't even 10 days before payday. It's constantly 1 day before payday, and then you go to sleep and you wake up and it's just 1 day before payday again. Like at some point, someone has to do something.
Has arrived at its destination.
Please don't get destroyed. 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 Look at that. That's gonna be super bad. Don't get destroyed. Don't get destroyed. Don't get destroyed. Survive the storm. Survive the storm. Get through it, bro. Get through it. You can do it. I trust in you. Yay. Yay. Wow. I was a little worried there for a second.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Collect that science, bitch. Got drunk last night. I made homemade tortillas, but I don't have anything to eat them with. So I just have peanut butter and jelly tortillas for breakfast. You got drunk and you made homemade tortillas. Dude, you are way more dedicated to drunk food than I ever was. Moni, yeah, you're welcome to try. Oh, man. We have reached the core of Chevy 34. Metallic and prismatic formations rise from its surface, reaching impressive heights. They disappear into the gaseous atmosphere. Some are surrounded and spanned by geometric rock clusters accumulated during the slow growth process of the formations. They shear the winds that sweep across Chevy 34's core. I don't have the iron at the moment to do anything about this. But we're almost done with this building, and then we'll have some iron. Look at us go, boys. Look at us go.
Administrator, you can implement a new policy.
Why, thank you. Why is everyone so slow? Wait, isn't there another... Oh. 5 units of science every 5 cycles. I think I will. That'll give us a little bit more science. Not a lot, but it will give us a little. And we're good. Now we should be able to get all the iron we need. I just don't know, what does this mean? When you reach specialized rank, what does that mean? What does it do for you? Do they work faster? Do they do anything special?
Accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Why are you guys being weird? Ramzuki, how you doing, sir? Chat's being weird. Someone help me. Where the hell are you getting this ice? Oh, it's fine. We do have a lot of ice, so it should technically not be a problem.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
More earth sickness. There you go. You guys be intensely happy now. Damn it! Shit, we can't do anything in here. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We can't do anything here. That sucks. But we are producing some iron. 50 waste into 50 alloy, 50 waste into 20 polymer, or 50 waste into 1 electronics every 10 cycles. It is doing its thing. Hospital hearing, he is gonna cook. Oh yeah, I forgot about Kash Patel. He is probably gonna cook. True, actually. He seems to be a man that knows what he wants. The upgraded whips don't help. I need to research this. So that they move 20% 25% or 20% faster. The issue, of course, with that is that's 35 research points that I don't want to do because I know this is going to unlock soon. Because this unlocked in the previous one when we got to that last sort of thing that we had to investigate, and I don't know if that's going to be free yet. So we first need to see how much will that cost. If it's free, then we can get out our cargo ships to upgrade to go faster, because that will bring resources in faster, which is obviously good. But I have 2 cargo ships right now bringing in iron. So we'll soon have all the alloy that we need, or at least lots of alloy. And we have these guys going, making 50 iron bars per cycle. So that's obviously really good. Hopefully we can get this done. Because I need this built now. Like, this is the most important thing at the moment. This and this. They still need 20 of these. So all we can do now is just speed shit up and wait. We'll send it out. Should be fine. See, if I don't get steel soon...
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Across all of this... The hull isn't going to be repaired quick enough. Alright, you guys keep going. Keep going. Bring in that steel. Bring in that alloy. Just keep running, boys. Keep running.
A probe has completed its scan.
Okay, we seem to have more than enough of this up and running right now. Gameplay stream? Maybe I'm too new to your channel still, but this is different. Chris, how you doing, sir? No, you're not new. Or it's not because you're new. It is rare for me to do gameplay streams. Well, not rare. It's just rare for me to actually play a game twice in a row. I get bored quickly, and then... Or I get distracted. That happens a lot as well. Where I'll start a game, and then I'll get bored. And then I'll be like, who cares? Let's just leave it. I don't really need this anymore. Go mine that. You can bring the lost of... Actually, you know what? We have enough of this. Bring this in. Chris, how's your day gone, man?
A probe has completed its scan.
Okay, food-wise, we're good. We have more than enough food.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Yay! With the extra resources available to us, we were able to get through the ice. The cave extends deep into the comet, and gravity is even stronger within it than on the surface. Sending remote-controlled recording equipment ahead, we discovered an almost completely enclosed cavity at the cave's end. At the center of the comet, within the cavity, is a floating gray sphere, 5 meters in diameter. It has no discernible power source, but it does possess a strong electromagnetic field and emits a faint bluish glow. When we attempted to move the remote instrumentation closer, the sphere swallowed it, its surface becoming almost viscous. Are we safe scumming this shit? It's safe scum. I just woke up, having my coffee. How's your day going so far? Good. Good. I mean, I'm playing video games, so, you know, nothing to hate over here. Okay, now we can resume this so we can get our colonists up and running. Wait, didn't I see... I thought I saw,
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Okay. Almost more. I'm safe scumming. if this doesn't work, I want to be able to reload immediately. I've learned with this game to not trust anything your science dudes do, because things go wrong fast. And I don't want to lose them because the science ships level up. So your ships level up. The higher the level, the faster they do things. So you technically don't want to go too apeshit with stuff. Let's descend, shall we? Please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. Hey, why am I running out of water? That's not good. Oh yeah, because my ship is moving so bloody slow. Okay, these guys are finally happy again. Oh, this is rough, man. This is rough. Two, one, go.
The ship team has completed a task. Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
No! Well, that blows nonsense. It's gone as well? No. Screw that bitch. Save's coming. I'm not losing my people. Screw this game. Didn't do anything. It could have been an Easter egg. Star Trek Voyager had an episode with a Q locked into a comet. I think I read about that for the lore of this game. I think I read about that. They did say that there is some kind of Easter egg for Star Trek. I'm not sure if it's this one. But I did read about something for Star Trek. I want to do something, but it's probably stupid. This is gonna cost me a lot of money, a lot of hull integrity. Game set in space with Star Trek Easter egg? Couldn't be. Apparently there's a crap ton of like Easter eggs in the game.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Plane security protocols indicate that the crew on board the Fermi is not the original crew. After intense questioning and observation via the ship's onboard surveillance system, it appears that these new crew members are indeed human and possess a good knowledge of Dallas protocol and procedure. They stubbornly insist that they have always worked on the Tycoon, but their biometric data does not match with any crew register records. Update the Tycoon's crew manifest to include the new biometric data. So we have new crew members. The hell happened there? Oh no! I'm gonna lose too much. I'm gonna lose 2 cargo ships. Oh, this is gonna suck.
A ship has been destroyed by a space weather event.
Yeah, of course.
Administrator, a new request awaits your attention.
One of my cargo ships is
Caution.
destroyed.
Hull integrity below 50%.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's living. Everyone's alive. Everyone's alive. You guys are fine. Just survive. Their ships are more resilient. Yeah, you can never get it to where it won't. Where you won't lose ships, but you can at least get it.
Trust in your leadership is falling.
Oh, shut the hell up, sons of bitches! Why are you losing trust in me, guys? We got this. You guys are overreacting. This was just a little maneuver. We were just maneuvering. Like, why are you guys so angry? Calm the hell down. Like, holy shit. You have food. You have everything to eat. I don't know why we're so angry. Dude, everyone's angry. I mean, look at that. It should calm down soon, though. Wait, I forgot. Hold up. I have a ship here called the... Yeah, this one. Great. You go grab some ice. You know what I'm gonna have to do? I hate to do it, but I'm gonna have to do it. Cargo ships are more likely to endure dangerous conditions. We don't have a choice. We do not have a choice. Declan, I know. I did say in my video that they've let go all of the writers and they're starting basically from scratch. So yeah, I'm aware of that. Personally, if you ask me, I think that's brilliant. I don't see the problem. It's actually kind of wild how some of these people are genuinely on Blue Sky thinking that they have thinking that that's healthy is actually kind of wild to me. Because I can genuinely not think of a more unhealthy way to live than being on a platform where everyone is just sniffing each other's farts. It's like, why would you do that? Dude, I can't with this anymore. Like, I genuinely cannot with this anymore. They're all on Blue Sky with stands like this boy and crying right now. Look, I have some advice for all of those BioWare writers that's crying and screaming right now. And I genuinely mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you guys were better at your jobs and you actually did your jobs well, you would not be in this position. And look, I hate to say this. I genuinely do, because it is sad when people lose their jobs. And I'm well aware that there are perhaps very good developers that lost their jobs as a result of this. The fact of the matter is, if you were better at your jobs, you would not be in this situation. You're in this situation because game after game after game that you've released have been dog poo. And it doesn't help. It doesn't matter to me that you say, oh, but it's management. You can maybe blame EA for Anthem. Sure, blame EA for Anthem. You cannot blame EA for Mass Effect Andromeda. While EA may have been responsible for the terrible graphics and the terrible graphical glitches because they keep forcing you to work on Frostbite, no one is writing on Frostbite. The writing of Andromeda was atrocious from the start, and it is atrocious because you guys are writing dog poo. You cannot blame EA for Dragon Age the Veilguard. They gave you 6 years, and you managed to create one of the most uninteresting video games on the planet. So I'm sorry, but for the writers to be complaining, right, I can see how some of the developers on BioWare might be complaining, especially some of the gameplay guys that worked on Dragon Age the Veilguard, because for all of the problems of Veilguard, gameplay wasn't one of them, right? From a gameplay perspective and an optimization perspective, it was actually good. But it was actually a pretty good game, if you don't include the story and the atrocious combat design and some of the decisions for graphics and so on. It was a pretty decent game, all things considered. But writers have no reason to complain. You made that game. And you made it actively terrible. So why are you complaining? Look at the state of Dragon Age the Veilguard and tell me that you don't think that you deserve to be blamed for that. That's surprising to many of us. Trust me. Oh no, the spell? Reed, how you doing, bro? We're talking about BioWare. Some people are just not equipped to be developers. I'm £300 Canadian, my guy. Does anyone actually believe that DI should force an NBA team to start me on their team? Well, yeah, of course. Why not? Maniac, how you doing, bro? I work in corporate America, and although maybe exactly similar, when my computer has failures and loses, they lay off the bottom tier of people. Very little management leaves, yet they are the ones that make the call. Maniac, so I don't have a problem with that. But remember, in the case of writing, that's not management's fault, right? Management aren't the ones who wrote the story. The story was written by the writers, and the writers clearly didn't know how to write a good story. Okay, here we go. Here's the ship that we've been hunting this whole time. We are holding position next to the Protagoras. Its hull has been ripped open and its exterior systems are severely damaged. Although the outer superstructure appears to be more advanced, its similarities to the Tycoon are striking. To access the station's main computer systems and retrieve Vol coordinates, we must first break through the ice and get on board. Lakota, so the thing is, right? If you're an executive, based on the conversations that I've had, not with executives on AAA, but definitely with executives on AA, executives rarely, if ever, sign off on stories. Remember, as an executive, you're not a creative. Most of those executives are not game. That's part of the problem in the gaming industry, so I'm not defending them. Technically speaking, if you want to be the owner or the manager of a gaming studio, you should be a gamer, right? Because what the hell are you doing there if you're not? But never mind that. Those executives are not writers. They're not story guys. They don't give a shit about any of that. They're there to make money. So the idea is you assemble a team of people. You have your lead developer, in this case for Dragon Age the Velgard, Corinne Bush, right? And then Corinne Bush is in charge of making sure that that team makes a good game. And Corinne Bush literally just gives you feedback. As the executive, or as the executor, you're not going to go to the writing team and say, give me the script. I want to read through the script to make sure it's a good script. What the hell do I know about whether or not it's a good script? I just make money, right? So the issue is, they were trusting of the lead developers and the writers, the lead writers, to actually know what they're doing and actually to create a good game. And they didn't do that. In fact, they did the opposite of that. So usually when they do make... So this isn't the same, for example, where it differs from corporate America is if you go work for a big bank, the CEO of the big bank is a banker himself, right? He also went into banking, worked on Wall Street for a long time, and now he runs the bank. So if things go wrong in the bank, he should absolutely be fired. 100%. He should lose his job because you were in charge of this. How did this happen on your watch? With gaming companies, it's a little different because the executive can only really do... They can... So here's how it works. The board of directors chooses the executives. Why does the board of directors choose the executives that they do? Why is Andrew Wilson in charge of EA? Because Andrew Wilson knows how to make money. And for the board, that's all that matters. Like, that's the tick box, let's go. That's the man for the job, right? So they don't give a shit about any of the other stuff. As long as they make money, they're happy with everything. Now, the problem, of course, is when things go wrong, the board of directors doesn't look to Andrew Wilson. This only happens towards the end of the cycle of the company. So in Ubisoft's case, the board of directors are now looking at the executives. So this is why the Guillemot family is in serious trouble. The board of directors wants to get rid of the Guillemot family specifically because they no longer trust their leadership. But that's sort of their, at least for the moment, that's their prerogative, if that makes sense, right? So EA probably just has not reached that point yet. Which one of my ships are moving what? It makes the money. A game doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be authentic. Veilguard was not authentic to the series, while the game could have been all right in its own series and IP. In my company, it's always the leadership in between the execs and the people that keeps the lights on. Usually the middle management is giving just enough fluff to their bosses and make buddy-buddy. Then layoffs happen and the execs doesn't let go of the middle. May not be the same in the case, but makes me wonder. So layoffs, generally speaking, is also, and this should probably also be mentioned, the rule around layoffs. So layoffs can't just be done willy-nilly, right? Layoffs, the rule generally with layoffs is last in, first out. That's the law. At least that's how most unions operate. That's how most countries work. When you announce, this is why you don't fire people, you lay them off, but then you start from, last in, first out. So that just by definition means the middle management won't get touched. We do know that there's some senior personnel at BioWare that has been let go. So clearly BioWare is cleaning house. It doesn't seem like BioWare is just laying down, just taking this lying down. At least that's not what it seems like. But, who knows? It is BioWare after all.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Look at this. So a lot of people, I remember about 5 or 6 years ago, people were asking me, people were disagreeing with me because they said there's no way that we can fix the problems within Blizzard. They make too much money, they don't care. And then already I said, what you have to understand is there's this famous saying that says, how did you go bankrupt? And it goes little, and then all at once. That's the rule. Some of these corporations are huge, right? Like take BioWare or EA, for example, or Ubisoft. These are massive corporations that have amassed millions, if not billions of dollars. But that doesn't make them immune. It just means that it takes longer for them to go bankrupt. You take the 2008 financial crash, for example. Do you guys know when the downfall of the banks in 2008 actually started? Because most people think it started in 2008, right? That's when the big thing happened. That's when everything melted down. And most people who watched The Big Short will say, well, it started in maybe 2003, 2004, right? And that's when it happened. But when you actually speak to economists, people who were warning about this, the actual downfall of the banks started in the 1980s. That's when they started to make a bunch of moves that would ultimately lead to what was supposed to be their destruction in 2008. But then, of course, the government stepped in, bailed them out, and they've just continued their merry ways of destroying the world economy since then. So government bailouts is always a good thing, I guess. But okay, so let's see here. We have entered the Protagoras. There are signs of past conflict and floating corpses everywhere. We have found numerous cryopods, probably from emergency crew evacuation procedures. Many of the station's sectors are depressurized and heavily damaged. Almost all areas show signs of looting. We have managed to run diagnostic routines by connecting to one of the station's terminals. Following Dollar's confidentiality protocols, the mission report on the Protagoras status has been encrypted and can be analyzed via the tech lab. Holy crap. 950. That's a crazy amount of bodies that I need to go collect at some point. Oh, this is also free. Oh. Well, don't mind if I do. Chris, I don't know exactly. So Clinton's move definitely didn't help, right? But it's actually prior to this that things already started to go super pear-shaped. So, you know, Clinton's move didn't help. But yeah, that wasn't the only thing that destroyed it. That was part of the reason. Okay, let's quickly think. Alloy remains a problem, but not a serious problem. These guys are gonna continue doing their thing. The ships are now moving a lot faster, 20% faster at least. Have we started this already, or? Yeah, okay. So they're bringing the 50 there. And we should have enough to now start our game over here. Grew up with Blizzard, came and gone from WoW, loves all the IPs, save for the current Overwatch rainbow. I think Blizzard's pumping with retail right now. Hope it continues for the better. Maniac, I don't know if they're pumping. I mean, I genuinely don't know. From what I can tell, so obviously take this with a grain of salt, but from what I'm seeing, it looks as if Blizzard is actually like, you know, I don't want to say they're losing money because I don't think that's what's happening, but it does seem like a lot of people are upset. Like, I go on the forums every single day, and the amount of people that are mega unhappy with World of Warcraft is actually insane. Like, people just don't seem super excited for the game.
Administrator, analysis of the Protagoras has been completed.
Okay.
Frozen, mostly depressurized and out of power, the Protagoras has suffered critical internal and external damage. Sectors 3 and 4 do remain sealed and pressurized. Signs of looting are present throughout the structure, with reports indicating that UN forces attacked, wiping out whatever resistance had been present. They have destroyed and gutted the infrastructure required to generate the full jump coordinates. The devices containing the coordinates of Remus have been taken by the Etamanenki. We have received a message from the PA of the Protagoras. Valhalla.
Administrator, part of me remembers you. I'm glad to see you and your crew are still alive. And to be carrying Ixion, what an achievement. My mind is going. I can feel it. The Protagoras, designed to be an ark for what remained of mankind, was attacked by the UN superstructure, the Etamanenki. Before my last electric breath, I have launched decryonization protocols. With only 2 sectors left, the surplus population will be transferred to the Tycoon. Please help the Protagoras. I have programmed a delayed data transfer that will send across the Etamanenki's self-similar signature once you have guaranteed the integrity of this structure. They plan to reach Remus. Follow their Vol signature, and you will find our new home. What you will do once you reach your destination is only up to you. Farewell, Administrator. For the few who stand in the light, and many who dwell in the dark, you carry the fate of us all.
Oh, it's
Administrator,
rough.
new mission objectives have been set. To receive the Etamanenki signature, we will need to free the Protagoras from the ice, perform critical repairs, provide resources to support their crew, and via a connection to the Tycoon, reboot the core systems of the Protagoras.
Wow, okay. So now I have to research that. Not if you're a subsidiary to entity that expects more profits. Mom and pop companies just need what is even to tug along. Yeah, big corporations are never just going to want to break even. That is very, very true. Damn it. Don't really want to give up my iron. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's fine. I'll figure something out. Let's move the colonists, shall we? We don't have enough colonists yet, so let's train 2 more batches. Then change this guy to this. We get iron. Because everyone's going to need iron now. So not arguing, to me it seems. They keep enabling more and more features, building up systems in the background, adding content at a steady pace, and leaking showing just enough info to keep the buzz going when the buzz goes down. In my personal opinion, I think in they're building up in the background systems to revamp a cataclysm-like world. What I think by that time they'll bring to console. So here's the one issue that I think normal Blizzard really can't deal with. If you look at Blizzard, right? So you look specifically at how Blizzard is set up and how Blizzard is built. One of the things that start to stand out is every single feature of World of Warcraft follows the exact same structure as every other feature. Like, there's no difference between delves and dungeons on a feature level. It's the same thing. You do it for the same reasons. Every single new patch that's launched, the world follows the exact same formula. So the formula never changes. The formula is static. That's an issue, right? That's a huge issue for a lot of players, not just myself. For a lot of players, that is an issue. Because that effectively puts us in a position of saying, okay, so what are we actually looking forward to? So when a new patch goes live, why is this patch different than yesterday's patch or the patch or last month's patch? I mean, yes, you've given me a new island to explore, but the island structure is exactly the same as the previous structure. You're going to get there, you're going to get world quests, you're going to get some world bosses, and that's it. Right? Just rinse and repeat. The world bosses are also just tank and spank, nothing too difficult about them. Very little effort put into them. Blizzard have sped up production on World of Warcraft at the expense of innovation. There is zero innovation in Blizzard at all. None. No one innovates, no one creates anything new. It's just the same stuff. The graphics change. So another company that did this quite often, did this a lot actually, was Ubisoft did this. So go play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, for example, and then go log into Far Cry. And what you see is it's the same game. Right? There's literally zero difference between Odyssey and Far Cry anywhere. They are the same games. Their graphics differ, and yes, they have different stories. But the map is exactly the same as every other map. The story is exactly the same as every other story. So you are fundamentally asking yourself, well, what then is the point? You know, what is the point of the game? Why am I buying a new game when I may as well just buy the same game? Pringles, the problem with Evergreen is delves are literally just one-man Mythic Plus dungeons, effectively. They like, what's the big difference between a Mythic Plus dungeon and a delve? And I don't mean to be negative here, right? The idea isn't to be super negative or anything, but it does sort of strike me as strange that I can't spot the difference between the two. Maniac, it's not so much that I'm burnt out on the formula. It's not a sustainable strategy, right? So the strategy tends to work for a while, but eventually the strategy burns everyone out, right? Because at some point people start to see through the problem. And once that happens, it's game over, right? Like as soon as people see through the problem and they go, wait, this is the same game every single time. As soon as that happens, you're kind of cooked, right? Yeah, at that point, what are you actually doing? You know? There's maybe big player numbers, but game is total trash. Our best beloved game ever gone. Zero. How you doing, sir? I wouldn't say it's total trash. I think there's still...
has been destroyed by a space weather event.
Man. This is so annoying. This is so... Of course that mining ship was going to be destroyed. Why wouldn't it be?
A science ship team has completed a task.
What task? Oh, here we go. Chevy 34 does not possess any subterranean systems that would facilitate exploration within the core of the planet. However, the team did locate a fissure that led to the observation that the formations must originate from deep below. Size analysis returned colossal measurement estimations. The characteristic shape of the formations is thought to derive from a combination of electromagnetic interference and self-similar space particle resonance. While preparing to depart Chevy 34, the Maxwell captain received an alert from a crew member saying that they had spotted a gigantic molluscoid near their position. Investigate the situation. Let's see. We might need to... Ultimately, WoW is a prison, a trap designed to keep you in there. I won't go that far, but I think the issue is it's not Blizzard's fault. And this I want to make super clear. Blizzard isn't to blame for this. What are you supposed to do? You have a player base that demands more and more and more, right? The player base wants more stuff. The issue, of course, is how are you supposed to deliver that? Upon nearing the location, it appears that what the crew member had actually observed was an unusually shaped geological formation. Remember, if creativity takes a long time. You can't rush creativity. When you think about games that's being launched, games are launched what? Once every 2, 3, 4 years sometimes. Even AA games can take up to 3 years to launch. That's because creating new things takes time. You have to think. You have to really put an effort to do it. But you have a player base that is absolutely hounding the developers, right? This player base wants stuff now, and it's not going to wait. It's not going to wait for you to figure yourself out. Give it to us and give it to us now is going to be the question. It's going to be the demand. So you're always going to be stuck in this position of how do we actually... how do we actually deliver on what the player base wants, whilst at the same time giving it to them as fast as possible? And once you get into that, you realize, okay, what are they supposed to do? You know, what exactly do you want from Blizzard? They are doing the best that they can with what they've been given. Michael, I used to think that too. But I no longer think that the WoW player base is too diverse. I no longer think that. I think the WoW player base is perfectly fine. I think the problem with WoW is that I think the problem with WoW is that Blizzard is trying to cater to too many players. And I think that's what's creating the problem. Yeah, but Z-Vengeance, when you say they're able to deliver, you are talking about an ARPG. How varied and vast is the content that they deliver? Because content would matter here, right? Are they delivering brand new zones, brand new dungeons, brand new raids, brand new everything every 3 months? How exactly are they approaching it? Or are they simply delivering new seasons with maybe new cosmetics? Because some things you can design very quickly. other things will take time. So, yeah, but it should just be mentioned because a lot of people misunderstand the 9,000 number. The 9,000 number, in terms of the developers that worked on Diablo 4, isn't that there were 9,000 active developers working on Diablo 4. Right? That never happened. It was that throughout its entire lifespan, it had over 9,000 developers. Now, the reason it had over 9,000 developers throughout its entire lifespan is because of developer rotation, right? So, churn. Yeah, that's the word. Developer churn. Developers would leave faster than what or more than what they would stay. So they would get developers on, and then those developers would leave, and then they would get new developers on, but then those developers would leave as well. So it was sort of this constant, just trying to figure out how to keep people on. Yeah, developer churn. That was the issue. I get that everyone's angry and upset. Trust me, I get that. I'm not sitting here suggesting that Blizzard is perfectly fine and they're not doing anything wrong and everything's just hunky-dory. But I also think that it should be kept in mind that all of Blizzard's mistakes are self-inflicted. That is 100% true. But it's also a case of, I don't know how they can actually fix those mistakes. Like, I don't know how they can actually make those mistakes less impactful. Because I don't actually think they can. Chris, yeah, YouTube chat is a nightmare. And it's on the fastest possible setting. I've moved... It is on the fastest possible setting. And you can't blame Blizzard for that? No, so when I say you can't blame Blizzard for that, I just mean we have to be clear about what we're blaming them for. But I am absolutely in agreement with you that you can blame Blizzard. It is ultimately the buck stops with them, obviously. It's their mistake. What I meant by you can't blame Blizzard for that really is just they're trying to deliver to the player base what the player base wants. The problem is that what the player base wants is undeliverable. And that is 100% Blizzard's own fault. Because that's not how old Blizzard used to do it. Anyone that used to play World of Warcraft will know exactly that Blizzard used to be the company that went, it's ready when it's ready. And you just have to wait. And the funny thing is, people waited. You know, that's like the funniest thing. People waited. People were happy to wait. Because it meant that by the time they did get the game was good. You know? And that's really the only thing that mattered. I need more ice. Too much old date zones? Too much elitism after 20 years? too much bots, add on solo anonymity activities. I can agree with that. Okay, now that we have more people, we should slowly but surely start building up this waste. Because I think these people are creating one waste per 20 inhabitants over 15 cycles. And that's going to get better as we get more and more people on board. And we'll get more and more people on board when, you know. To most players who played those expansions, retail or private, those expansions were amazing. I won't lie. Those expansions were amazing. Just quickly gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, boys. Freya, how you doing? Who's melting down now, profile? I have an idea. Where's the Fermi right now? Okay, the Fermi is waiting. We are delivering, slowly but surely. The Maxwell is over here. See, I want the Maxwell, because the Maxwell is over here. The Fermi I would have loved to remove, but I can't remove it right now, so we'll just have to keep going with what we've got. What was the last thing I researched? Destiny's Discord logs. That creature is so effed up. I swear to you. I refuse to call him human at this point. I have not seen it, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm probably gonna have to start with that. Hopefully with more ice, if they're bringing in more ice, of course. But hopefully with more ice, we can actually get somewhere. It's self-delete if they read what this guy's up to. What else did he do? Because I remember seeing some of the stuff that he did, but I don't remember all of it. Man, these guys. How long is this going to take? Where is the ice being hailed from? Who's bringing my ice? Am I just not seeing the ice? I mean, I have two guys that's supposed to be holding ice. But they don't seem to be doing anything. Two ice, no stock whatsoever. Man, what is this upgrade? People doing things without consent, just recording himself. He's spreading those recordings among people with various age groups, to put it mildly. Some more shit I don't want to get global ban for, saying out loud. Wow. I did not know all of that. Oh, Dark Angel, 37 months, part of the Legion Nation. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. How you doing, sir? Okay, we should be good to go soon. You have a rebirth on PC? Hannah, how is it, man? Are you enjoying it? It's time for some batteries. I should still at some point play those. Dude, I'm convinced I'm never getting ice. What's going on? Why is the ice deliveries just not happening? Wait, I have an idea. Avoid that. And then let's move the tycoon. This isn't great, but it's something. Not really. You have to find asteroids to mine. Oh, the people are gonna be so pissed. Oh, wait. No one's angry. Well, some people's angry, but most people are happy. Okay, great. Thanks. That's good news. Okay, so hopefully we're closer to the ice system now. So we can actually start bringing in all of these resources that's literally all around us. I don't want to go into the ice now because I have a feeling it's going to hammer my ship. Ithron, why are you angry? What's upsetting you?
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Why are you guys causing accidents? Calm down, please. I'm supposed to be swimming in water, and I did swim in water, but now I'm not swimming in water anymore. Luckily, we don't have a food problem at the minute, or that would have been a nightmare. You said no one was angry? All right, well, you know, if you are angry, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not the manager of you. Unless you were on my ship, in which case I would tell you to go eat a dick. Okay, we're almost done. Almost done. Please just finish.
A science ship team has
Thank you.
completed a task.
The temporary test colony has now been established. The colonists will periodically transmit reports on their progress. These will provide us with valuable field data. Right. We can leave the planet now. And now I can quickly do something. I want to get rid of the Fermi. And I want to get the mining ship back that I had before. Let's get Hulk. Let's get Hulk on the job, shall we? And Maxwell is out here, so Maxwell will do Maxwell things. Okay, I'm just going to speed it up so we can get this colony stuff going, because it's going to be 30 cycles before the colonists are done. We may as well just wait for the colonists to finish their nonsense. We're finally getting water again, boys. We're finally getting water again. We're winning. And we're getting some extra steel. Okay, good. We're getting some extra recycling going.
Accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
What the hell happened now? Oh, of course. Always some issue. Maxed out, take, unlock. I assume you are close to the ending of the game, if there is one. No, I don't think we're close to the ending of the game, but maybe we are? I don't know. I do not know. Well, the water is just for food. I'm just trying to collect all of this ice. As quickly as possible. Because, yeah, if we can have some excess ice, that'd be great. Dr. Phil is hunting illegal aliens with Tom Homan. Oh shit, dude. America has literally found a way to turn deportations into content. Like, that is the wildest shit ever. Only in America, man. Only in America. Like, that is the funniest crap ever. Imagine Asmongold joined ICE to hunt them too. Didn't he say he wanted to or some shit like that? Why do I remember he wanted to do that? Or am I remembering wrong? Starting to feel like I need another recycling center just to get rid of all the recycling that we're building up now, because now we're stuck. Oh, but it's so much resources. But I do need to do this, otherwise we're in trouble. Plus, 2 recycling centers will be wonderful for steel production. How far are we from? I think it's 30. They produce 1 science every cycle. So it's probably going to be 30. What am I researching at the moment? Oh, batteries. You know what I do need to do? Because right now I have 220, 300. I'm gonna need body space soon. Debating whether he should visit the White House. Dude, you know what would be hands down one of the funniest things ever? Would be seeing Asmongold at the White House. Like that'd be gold. Just imagine President Trump talking to the nation. And in the press seat, you have Asmongold just sitting there, having showered 4 days ago, just chilling. Now that would be hilarious. Looking mad. But yeah, that would be the funniest shit ever. Twitter would be epic. No, it would be funny. Holy crap, that would be funny. Tier 2 batteries. Or just have the Tycoon move 10% faster. I don't know if I'm supposed to upgrade anything now.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
I do know this could probably be a good thing to upgrade. Old Man Battery. To be fair, he said he would shower if he showed up at the White House. He'd only shower the first time. Let's be real. It's Asmongold. He'd shower the first time he goes there. And then he'd be like, nah, who cares? How far are we here? Almost done. Wait, what are we upgrading? Oh, infirmary. If Asmongold confronted Elon in person about Path of Exile 2? Dude, I don't know if you should be trifling with Elon Musk at the moment. He seems like a man that's connected, you know? He seems like he has connections at the moment. Like, at least I wouldn't try to cause too much crap. Whoa, how did I get 111 research? What? Let's repatriate the colonists. Bro, I just got a crap ton of what are my medium stockpiles? Yes, yes, yes. That's what I want to hear. Let us go, bitch. It would be big, actually. The upgrade system in this game sucks.
A science ship team has completed a task.
Okay. You bring in the workers. Repatriate the workers. Okay. One more plan. Has up to 70 crew members in high quality accommodation. Why do I need this again? I feel like I don't need that. At least not at the moment. Let's finish that. I wish there was a way to minimize the amount of accidents that happen. Okay, now we need to think. Build this. Of course you can't build it there. What was I thinking? Oh, wait. We need to think about this holistically. We need to approach this entire thing holistically, boys. All of this is going to be destroyed soon, but for now, it's what's needed. I'm going to ask you guys to move all of those bodies out of there. Oh, wait, I can't build all of this. That would steal... This would make it very difficult. Okay, what do I do now? Zach, how you doing, bro? It's called Ixion, and it's an optimization game in space. It's mega fun. Like really mega fun, but also mega annoying because.
Whose trust in your leadership is falling? Power supply overloaded.
Okay, so power is a problem. Let's get ice moved into these bad boys quickly. Get the ice out of this so we can build a better system. Let's get the ice in there as well. We'll fix that in a minute. Get ice in there. Please hurry up and clean out this as quickly as possible so I can move on. I technically don't have time to redesign this entire thing, but I kind of have to redesign everything now before we move on. So now we can put this down. And I think we're going to move our recycling into this one. And then we have to make another plan for... Okay, so move recycling into that. Out of that. Okay. Think. What are we doing? This can go back to being this, at least for the moment.
An accident has occurred in the...
Oh, you mother... I'm gonna have to think about this longer. I'm gonna have to think about this more. Because basically... See, I don't really have a lot of these electronics to just spew forth as many of these as I want. So I have to be very careful with what I update and how I update it. I think I have an idea. I'm bold. If you're a fan of automation games, you're gonna love this game. If you're not a huge fan of automation games, then obviously this is probably not gonna be for you. I move iron into there. No, what the hell are you doing? Move that into there. Thank you. Then for iron, let's quickly move the iron here. Clean the iron out there. See, I'm trying to make space for bodies. It's basically the main thing that I'm trying to do now. Because we're about to get 950 more bodies on board. And we have to kind of make space for all of those bodies. Okay, so now we have these smart domestic quarters. That's a lot better than the ones we have. Because they house up to 70 people. But they also use electronics. And lots of it. Can I? Why not? Why not? Let's waste some space, shall we? Throw them in the... Dude, why are you so dark? I don't understand. Like, who hurt you when you were a child? Wait, why are we working? Why do we have... Oh, whoa. These things take 8 workers. No wonder. No wonder. Okay. They're really good if you already have dual of something. Not that good when you don't really have dual of something. Probably turn this on for now.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Oh, it just takes some bodies, it's fine. Accidents are sucky. Who was it, Wisp or Adam, that called these your chore games? So yeah, I think it was Wisp that think this is a chore game. To me, this is a super fun game. Like, this is the stuff that I absolutely live for. What I do not understand I like my chores with a little more running around and scenery changes. No. Give me a point and click any day of the week. Like, I live for the point and click. Like, this is my happy place. All right. Now we're cooking with fire, boys. Now we're cooking with fire. Or with gas. You know, pick your poison. Come on, man. Must we? I know. I'll build something.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Yeah, I know. Another accident. Build that so that you guys can remove this so that we can actually get this show on the road. Just delete everything and redesign? Dude, if it wasn't for the fact that you physically can't do that, I would actually do that. Like, sadly, the game doesn't allow for that. But, yeah, I would actually do that. I like having everything sort of in the same space. It kind of annoys me that I can't. Right. Okay, so now what we can do is delete that. First chopping the wood, I wouldn't mind that so much. No, I prefer when it's just point and click. Like, this is genuinely my favorite thing. Is just this. I'll sit the whole day and just do this. This I like. I can get into this. Oh, I remember now what I want to do. Hold the phone. Okay, now we can do ice. And we can clean these out. No ice for you. Get all the ice into the proper space. Delete this. How much energy do we have now? Can we turn this on now? Yes. Okay. Oh, damn you. Damn it all to hell. I really don't want to do this. But alright, fine. Man, I'm wasting so many resources on this though. I don't really want to waste more resources on this. You get the bodies. Okay, everyone's home. Everyone's ready. Chat, are we ready? We're about to start the last leg of the journey. The last leg of the journey. It's about to happen, boys. It's about to happen. Let's hope that the batteries last. I don't know if they will.
Caution. Entering extreme low temperature environment.
Yeah, I'm aware. Please last. Batteries last.
A new request awaits your attention.
Batteries last. You guys stop requesting things, please. We can't do that. Sorry.
An accident has occurred in the type.
Here we go. Look at that. Ooh. That's the superstructure. Pretty soon, we're gonna have to bring in.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Let's get some cargo ships going, because we're very soon gonna have to bring in a lot of bodies. Repair the superstructure, the Protagoras. This is wait, no. Before I do that, let's just build my all of my ships quickly, and then we can waste time on trying to get all of this stuff done. Alright, I'm thinking all of our ships are basically done. Yeah, if you want to be running around doing your own thing, Satisfactory is probably the game for you. Okay, so let's repair it now. I would argue this is probably the one. Oh. Oh, crap. I did not plan on this. This is gonna suck.
Has occurred in the Tycoon.
Really? Now? Of all the times that you could screw me over, now is that time? Seriously, boys. They're dying because of environmental effects. Why are you guys dying? What the... Dude, my crew is dying because of environmental effects. Okay, we've taken 60 metal. The hull was a little bit hurt, but we're doing well now. Look, we're repairing the hull. Everything's going fine, boys. Everything's going fine. The ship seems to be holding. We have all the recycling under control. We're creating steel at an alarming rate. I actually want to start moving bodies in. It's not global warming. Stop lying. There's no global warming in this game. Oh, wait, what the hell am I doing? I don't have enough electronic chips for this nonsense. Okay, they're bringing in the bodies. We finally have that fixed. That's good. More throats to feed is a lot. Well, we don't have to awake them yet. Remember, these are just...
A new request awaits your attention.
These are just pods for now. Administrator, due to your continued indifference to the problems of the Titan's crew, stockpiles have been looted. What? What difference? What indifference? Dude, they're all happy. They are all happy and they're looting my shit. What indifference? I don't understand what indifference they're referring to. You ignore them? But I have to ignore them. They're asking stupid shit. I can't be listening to this nonsense. We have completed repairs to the superstructure of the Protagoras. As we were finishing our last tasks, an invitation was found that had been left for us. Some of the older members of the Protagoras wish to meet with us. All right. Okay. Let's build that. Yeah, I don't know why they're so unhappy. They're unhappy the whole bloody time for no reason whatsoever, because no one is upsetting them. Stop waking people up. Holy crap. Last thing I need is more people to feed. I'm already struggling as it is. Alright. I think that's been done now. Yes. Okay, so now let's take them some food and some steel. And for this, I'm gonna need to ask for a lot more food, please. Food is coming from here. Oh wait, I'm bringing in bodies like crazy and I don't even have... Oh. I don't even have a space for bodies here. So where do you put bodies? Hey, Big Thulu, how you doing, sir? No, I'm about to move the bodies. Just calm down, please. Bring the bodies. Radner, how you doing, sir? Welcome back, good sir. Welcome back. Okay, who doesn't have a job? We've brought in all the bodies. Okay, so you don't have a job. You don't have a job. You don't have a job. And you don't have a job. And you don't have a job. Seems like a good idea to me. Wow, we've actually brought in all of the bodies. Can you believe that? But now we have to figure out what to do with all of these bloody bodies. Yeah.
An accident has occurred in the tycoon.
How much have we brought? 30 and 100 food has not yet been brought. Okay. Alright, all of these bodies are now on board. Well, not all of them, but most of them are on board. Pretty much the only thing we can hope for. I know you guys are super unhappy. Please just chill the hell out. I don't know what to do. We need to wait. We need to wait. Almost. Just keep going. Let's just keep going. With my new job, it's been harder and harder to get your streams. I take it you've been well so far. Epic Thulu, yeah, I mean... Life's good, man. I can't complain. How's the new job going? I'm losing crew members. Every day a bit more. Oh, crap. Turn that on and move some workers to that sector, please. Thank you. 20 food has been delivered. Luckily, we're right next to it, so it's fast like this. It's like this. And then we move.
An accident has occurred in the tycoon.
Now we also have a guy that died because of bloody accidents. So unnecessary. 80 food. store is a mini mart inside of a military-focused hotel. Military-focused? Wait, explain that. Oh, you work for the government Navy exchange. Okay, that makes sense. I understand now. All right, let's do this.
A science ship team has completed a task.
The resources necessary for the well-being of the Protagoras' crew has been brought aboard. The station's core systems are now online and operational. We spoke with the crew of the Protagoras. It is clear that most of them now wish to pursue a different goal than exoplanet colonization. With their Tachyon calculators stolen by the UN and their ability to generate vol coordinates with it, they say they will no longer attempt to reach Remus. Instead, the Protagoras will become a place for life in perpetual displacement. As there are only 2 sectors of the ship functional, however, the crew accept they must reduce their numbers if they are to have a chance of enduring such an existence. While some will leave the Protagoras with heavy hearts, comforted only by the knowledge that they are giving their crewmates the best odds of survival, many more actually wish to join us on the Tycoon and see the mission to reach Remus through to the end. We must welcome them on board the Tycoon before we leave the system and the Protagoras behind. Mr. Filibuster, how you doing? Let's meet the elders. Now, 250 people want to come on board. This is the last thing I want right now. But alright, fine. Bring them in. Bring them in. Bring them in. All ships ahoy! Bring in the crew. 250 is gonna eat into my food supplies like crazy. Holy crap, we don't have enough food. Okay, we need to make a plan with the food situation here, because food is about to become a real issue. I want to say... I wonder if we, for now, maybe... Oh, maybe we can make it. Or maybe we can't make it. Yeah, Sector 3 requires desperate help with housing.
A science ship team has completed a task. Administrator, the Protagoras is reactivated and operational. We have received the Etimanenki's full signature. Act with caution when facing this UN superstructure. We are ready to follow to reach Remus. Nothing is holding us back.
No, crap. Okay, food is a problem, boys. Food is a real problem right now. How am I stingy? I'm not stingy. I'm just very much not in the mood to do this shit. People are annoying me. I don't know if I have the water for this, but okay. Actually, no. That's not gonna work. Insect farms. Insect farms should do the trick. Should get us just above 100%, which is pretty much all we can hope for here.
An accident has occurred in the tycoon.
There we go. We're just above 100. Producing slightly more water. That's also good. Housing is a huge problem. A not insignificant problem in this sector specifically.
Solar panel badly damaged.
What? How? Oh! I think...
Whose trust in your leadership is falling.
Crap! Alright, fine.
Power supply overloaded.
Just fix it. Just fix it. I mean, my members love... Guys, things are falling apart. The Elders, as they call themselves, have told us their story. They are among some of the last members of the crew to remember Earth. Many of the protagonists do not remember their past. The Elders blame Dolos cryonic technology for this phenomena. They testify to a significant difference between the crew of the Protagoras and that of the Etimenenki. The crew of the Etimenenki was mainly composed of people who had lived on Earth almost all their lives. According to the Elders, Vol technology is more than just space travel technology. They believe each Vol jump by a Dolos vessel generates cataclysm equivalent to that initially caused by the Tycoon. Fraustichians, they say, are the root cause of this. And the fact that the UN self-similar space travel technology does not utilize these particles means their ships do not leave behind such cataclysm. The discussion lasted for some time. Jogra and Hohei have decided to stay on the Protagoras with the Elders. They do not want to follow the Tycoon's mission anymore. Okay, I just want to make sure that everyone has housing before we continue. Prepare that, please.
Power restored.
All right, thank you. How can you guys work extra hours? You just received a massive influx of people. I could probably move some people over from Sector 3 to Sector 2. Let's do any crew. Now 7 people don't have houses here. We're unpronounceable anyway. Yeah, I'm not saying that name. Like, how the hell am I supposed to know what that name is? They have names. Just, you can figure out the names yourself.
Complete.
"91 people.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Of course. And Iraq, the game is super fun, but also super difficult to figure out. Two can bring in ice, actually. Man, we have so little in terms of movement. Sector 1 has food problems. What are you talking about? You have food problems. The hell out of here. Oh, I know why you have food problems. Never mind. I'm aware. I know. Okay, now that we have everyone on board, I think it's time we move on. Wait, no. What? Oh.
A science ship has arrived at its destination.
Okay, the PA of the Protagonist is unresponsive. It will need to be replaced. Macwell's team will use a copy of the Tycoon's PA to replace the inactive PA of the Protagonist. Save a copy of the Protagonist's PA. I should have saved before I just did that.
Solar panel badly damaged.
Oh, for the love of good things.
Power supply overloaded.
Yeah, I'm aware this thing's breaking again. Which one broke? Oh, that one. I have a feeling we should get out of here before we continue losing people. Look at how quickly our batteries are draining. Everything is draining now.
Power restored.
Alright, yeah, we're gonna get out of here as soon as we can get these batteries back up and running. Food production is down. No, what's going on? Wait, you guys are making more people? Oh. Boys, it's all going to shit right now. We don't need more people, and these kids are making more people. Oh, wow. This is so annoying.
An accident has occurred in the Tycoon.
Oh, it's fine. Accidents will happen. I want to get out of here as soon as possible, but I need to get the hull restored, and I need these batteries charged so we can actually make the trip out.
Ship team has completed a task.
No. That seems like the wrong thing to do. You know what? I'm just gonna stay here. It's fine. I'm sure nothing. What could go wrong? We're just gonna stay here in this hellscape and hopefully survive. You know. Okay. We have all of our science. Maxwell, return to the Tycoon, please. Everyone, return to the Tycoon. We're about to leave.
Charging. In accordance with Frau Stanford procedures, all ships must return to the Tycoon before Vol jump initiation. Ixion engine ready.
No, we didn't steal anything from them. We gave them stuff. Look at the size of that ship. What? Dude.
Full jump complete. Running preliminary diagnostics. Expected irreversible damage to the Tycoon detected. We have not reached the exoplanet Remus. Tycoon primary sensors are picking up vast amounts of debris. Act with caution, Administrator. We must reach Remus.
Yeah, I'm aware. This is nuts. Alright, so, Mrs. Fullbuster, the idea behind the game... I'll give you a quick rundown without sort of spoiling anything. So, we are from Earth, and we work for a company called Dolos. Now, Dolos has this mission of basically moving humanity into the stars, right? So, Earth was destroyed by things. You discover Earth was destroyed decades after Earth was destroyed because you were on your test drive with this new intergalactic travel thing. This ship that we're on, the Tycoon, this is our ship, right? So we were on this thing while Earth was being destroyed. So we came back to a completely destroyed city, a system. And now you're basically on this sort of hunt for the exoplanet called Remus, where humanity, it's a planet that maybe can sustain life. So we're heading there. And you have, I'm trying to think what, okay, so this won't be spoilers because you find this out literally right in the beginning, during the sort of training phase of the game. So when it gives you sort of the prologue. So it won't be too big spoilers. There's basically you, the UN, and then a society called the Black Market Society. The UN declared you, Dolos, enemies of humanity. And they're hunting you down. And I have a feeling this ship that we're seeing here, this is a ship that belongs to one of those two groups. Oh. What the hell is that? I think that's a space storm. Yeah, that's a space storm. Oh man, how am I supposed to... never mind. The premise is amazing. The premise is absolutely amazing. I love this game. Absolutely adore it. But I also like eating, and that's what I'm going to be doing now. So yeah, I think the game has a phenomenal story. It's cool because most of these types of games tend to not really have that good of a story. You know, like most survival optimization games will have sort of like a weak story, but the story doesn't really go anywhere. It's just really to get you to play the game. Whereas this game actually has this story where I just want to see the end. I want to see how all of this plays out. That's why I'm playing it, not even just anymore for the optimization, even though I love playing games for optimization. But I just want to see how it ends. Do you think 35 USD is worth it? Radin, for this game, Wait, this game's 35 USD? Z Vengeance, I already have to watch the newest Astartes trailer. I don't know how much I paid for it, but I would say, in terms of the amount of fun that I'm having in it, I would be willing to pay $40 for it. Like $40 would be my upper limit because it's still like an indie game, right? It's not a AAA game. So I would say I would go as high as 40 for it, and I would feel good about that. So no, I would say 35 is worth it. But it does depend on what you like. I'm a huge fan of management games, colony sims, and optimization games. Right? I love that shit. I live for that shit. So if you're a fan of things like Frostpunk, if you're a fan of games like Factorio, this is your jam, right? This is the kind of games that you live for. If you like colony sims and stuff, you're going to love this game. If that's not your style, if that's not something you care about, you're going to hate this game because the optimizations in this game gets insane. Like the structures and the supply chains get really finicky and a lot of micromanagement. Not as much micromanagement like you would have, for example, in a game like Crusader Kings or some shit like that. But still, there's a lot of micromanagement. On Fanatical? I don't know what Fanatical is. I am now facing a fight in BG3. I've dreaded for a while now. Wish me luck. Extra, good luck with that, bro. I personally think Ixion is a great game and worth the price. I'm usually a pirate, stingy, so yeah, it's worth it. I think so. What is this game? This game would trigger me, bro. Yeah, no, this game would trigger the shit out of me. Oh, no. Dude, what the hell? So wait, the point of the game is you can't actually ever make it perfect. To this day, my hardest fight in BG3 was the one versus that demon in is it Act 3 or Act 2? I think it's towards the end of Act 2. You fight that. Yeah, it's Act 2 where you go into the temple of Saloon. Right at the bottom, there's like this big demon that's been trapped there. That fight was... Dude, I failed. I think we spent 2 entire streams of like 7 hours each on that fight. Just dying constantly. And I ultimately ended up doing it by accident. Like, I had 2 people alive, I think, out of my whole party, and none of them could take another hit. It was done. I talked him out of it. You lucky bastard. Let's go Astartes. Oh, man. I hate that it's Warhammer Plus. Many brotherhoods united in purpose. We are the shield that slays. Oh, the violence is beautiful. Dude, would watch this as a movie 1,000,000%. Like, it doesn't even ever have to have voice acting. The way this guy works is so good. Even just watching the trailers, holy shit. Wait, is that a Chaos Marine? Do you think it's going to be another one of those just 12 minutes, or do you think they actually made like a proper movie this time? Dude, if it's a series, I am going to lose my shit. I reckon one episode for one chapter. Oh, wow. Upon it being those 12 minutes, making a story that carries out a full length seems harder to do in this style. Epic Thulu, so just to be clear, he is now working for Warhammer, right? He's working for Games Workshop. Like, they have the resources. And he's been, how many years has it been since Astartes? Since they hired him to start doing the job. It's been what? Probably, what, 4 years? Something like that? You could absolutely make a full feature film in that amount of time in this style. Real Terminator, I wonder what that will be about. The question is, will Games Workshop see the value in this and actually pay for voice actors? He quit Games Workshop full-time job. He's working... Yeah, but Z Vengeance, he would still be given resources. Doable with the right resources, both in terms of people working and money. Narrative told by visuals only. Harder to pull off for an hour-long segment, is all I'm saying. Yeah, but this is what I'm asking of you. Like, if Games Workshop sees the value in this, and remember, Games Workshop is sort of working towards a new cinematic universe. Something like this could kick off that cinematic universe in a major way, right? So you could very easily see them going, look, we're going to give you a budget for voice actors. We're going to give you a budget for everything. Make a proper cinematic experience, right? Based on that. And it could work. Warhammer is going to explode. There's going to be a lot of normies that's going to learn what Warhammer is. And, oh boy, are you guys not ready? If you don't know what Warhammer is, get ready. Get involved. Because this universe is bonkers. Absolutely out of this world. Who in chat doesn't know anything about Warhammer? Like, doesn't know what it is, doesn't understand it. What does this mean? Conservative liberal. Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Okay, I understand it. Well, nothing about this graph is wrong. It's not the only chart that I've seen of this, so it shows what you care about most. Conservatives care most about family, extended family, closest friends, all your acquaintances, everyone you've ever met, everyone in your country, everyone on your continent, all people on Earth, all mammals, reptiles, and you can see with conservatives, it's pretty much completely located around the immediate circles. With liberals, it's moved out, right? So further and further away. In fact, this is why you will often see people on the left reject their family if their family doesn't follow their politics in any way, shape, or form. They'll just immediately cut them off because they don't care about their families at all. This chart basically perfectly shows you why conservatives build societies and liberals destroy them. That's just the nature of things. Every society in history ever has been built by conservative minds, not by liberal minds. Liberal minds do not build anything. They can take what conservatives have done and they can run with it. And you do need them because they help you expand the society. They help you progress the society towards good things. But fundamentally, the life and death of societies is conservatives build them up. Liberals move them forward. The progression keeps going faster and faster. Conservatives lose control. Progressives run with it until they destroy it. And then conservatives rebuild it, or a new society is built in its place from the conservative side. Bring people in, for better or worse. It's not so much that conservatives push people out, Apple. That's not it's not about, for conservatives, or at least the conservative mind, it's not about keeping people out. It's about keeping the people close to you safe, right? So conservatives work in the way of the most important thing is the family, right? Then your extended family. Then your closest friends, then all of your friends. So basically, you want to think about it this way. Family first, then town, then state, then country, then everything else. So if something outside of the state threatens the state, the conservative rejects it because the state is important. Because the way conservatives think about it is, if the country is under threat and falls, the state is under threat and falls, then the city is under threat and falls. If the city is under threat and falls, then the family is under threat and falls. So their thinking is, keep everything safe under layers of protection so that the family can remain safe and protected. Liberals obviously don't have that much. And this is not the only chart that I've ever seen of this. This is not the only chart that shows this. Jonathan Haidt, who is an actual liberal, right? He's not a conservative. His charts all show the same thing. When you look at the things that conservatives value and that conservatives care about, it's not openness, right? Conservatives are not open to new experiences because new experiences can be dangerous and it can threaten the family. Loyalty, patriotism, these things are very much conservative values. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Because it's also not as easy as just going, well, this is why and this is how it works. Because even within that, there's obviously liberals that would be more conservatively minded on some things and less conservatively minded on other things. So this is more on like a generalized sort of scale, right? Not on an individual scale. Because you oftentimes get conservatives that are quite open-minded about stuff, right? They're conservative on a lot of things that would make them conservative to most people, but on a lot of things, they're super open-minded. And then you get liberals that are liberal on a lot of things, but very conservative on others. So individually, obviously, these charts tend to mean little because they don't actually tell you anything about the individual person. But on a global scale or on a general scale, they're very useful. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending time with me while I was trying to save the human race. Things got a little bit tricky there by the end, but I think we managed to pull through. And I think we did just fine. I'm not sure about tomorrow. As always, Fridays is very difficult because I have the podcast and then videos in the afternoon, so time is usually a mess on a Friday. But if I do finish, well, actually, I know for a fact I won't be here tomorrow because I have dinner plans tomorrow night. I will be back on Saturday. Right, so we will stream on Saturday. We'll play more Ixion most likely. For dinner tonight, I'm gonna have barbecue. So I'm gonna go make some steak. I have flank steak and sausage downstairs. So I'm gonna start a fire now, and then I'm just gonna have some barbecue. Yeah, I mean tomorrow I'm having burgers. My pastor invited me for a burger night there at their house. So I'm going to go to them, and we're going to have some burgers. So it's going to be fun. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me. I hope you had fun. I know I did. As always, be good to each other, be kind to each other, and I shall see all of you in the next one. Peace.